Foreword by Lady Reyes. I don't know how many of you think of me as worthy of this job, but nonetheless I have been compelled to edit and typeset this work for whatever audience appears. Its author, Runi Fields, is now headed for an uncertain future. He's optimistic, but I'm worried for him. Runi's a kind man, shy, but quite naive. I cannot be sure of his safety. I don't know if he's got the people skills or other practical skills to get along traveling so far away. I think he's jumping into something he's not prepared for. He's lazy but gullible. He misses a lot of information that's obvious to the rest of us. On the one hand, I feel as if I'm inferring in business that is not mine to speak about. I've only known Runi for so long, and not well. It wasn't until his autobiography, the same work that follows, was left on my doorstep, both addressed and, as soon as I found out, at a funeral dedicated to me. I became involved in this man's story, or should I say, when he became truly involved in mine. So, on the other hand, this does seem to be my business, whether I like it or not. It appears I met a bit more to Runi than I was aware of. This work was originally rife with typographical errors and odd stylistic idiosyncrasies, some of which have been kept intact to preserve Runi's voice. The man is quite fond of commas and dashes. Most of the italicization is mine. A lot of work needed to be done, to say the least. After I finished editing and typesetting this work, I made a few illustrations, perhaps out of my own personal vanity, to add to the fullness of the production. I was artistic once, and reading this autobiography helped to reawaken at least my ability to visualize and sketch. I don't know how accurate any of the illustrations are, as I've merely worked from Runi's descriptions, often gnomic, and my own imagination often elaborate. The writing of this foreword is my final addition to the whole production. I will be distributing copies to those who I deem to be concerned. Where it goes from there, I have little say. To the future safety and success of Runi, Lady Reyes. Part 1. On July 14th, in a year so ungraced by God as to include such an event, Runii Young was born. That's me. It was in Pittendagosa, Wisconsin. Lovely town. I was what you could call a fat baby. One that turned into a fat child, and then for one small moment I might have been called handsome, and now, as I write this at 44 years of age, I am what you would call a fat man. Or, if you prefer, fat, old, ugly, good-for-nothing man. That seems to be the one my dear neighbor Doris Hartwell prefers. But don't get a negative image of her. She's charming. You'd love her. Maybe it's old age getting to me now. Listen to me, old age in my 40s. that makes me want to sit down and write my autobiography. Or maybe it's the notion that the same heart disease that took my father, his father, and his father's father will soon take me too. Whatever it is, here I am, sitting on my couch at home in my undershirt and briefs, and socks, of course, scribbling on an old notebook I found. It's a small notebook, but it seems like it could fit everything I'd have to say about myself. I'll try not to talk too much about myself, though, even though it is my autobiography. You see, it's always been hard for me to write about myself. I'm not exactly the most interesting person in the world or even on my block. Doris Hartwell reminds me of this frequently.
"Runi,"
she says,
"get up and do something."
She's such a demanding neighbor and, at her age of 51 years, such a loud one. See here, I am talking about Doris when I'm supposed to be writing my autobiography. Isn't writing about yourself hard? I remember in school when I was 10 or 11 years old, or maybe even younger, we used to have these assignments where we were instructed to write about ourselves or give speeches on ourselves. Doesn't that sound awkward? And some of my classmates really thought it was no big deal. They must have thought and spoke of themselves a lot. I didn't understand why or how. Leave it to me to not have a head for school. If I can remember correctly, the speeches other students would give would sound something like this. Hi, I'm Johnny Smith. I like sports and radio shows and having fun with my friends. My father is an architect and my mother teaches kindergarten in another suburb. I have 2 sisters and 2 brothers. I am second oldest of all my brothers and sisters. And I want to be a policeman when I grow up. Or if it was one of the girls.
"Hello, my name is Sylvia Jones. I have 2 little brothers and my favorite colors are yellow, pink, and white. My father is a successful businessman, and my mother is the wife of a successful businessman. When I grow up, I want to be just like my mom."
When I got up there, I didn't know what to say. My father was a lifer, or what I assumed to be at the time a lifer, at some company downtown, too, and my mother worked at a hospital. But what did that matter to me or anyone else? They could have been circus performers. I knew. All I saw of them was who came home at the end of the day. I think my favorite color was red, but then again, what did it matter? I knew that no one would ever describe me as the kid whose favorite color was red. That was nothing special. So when I got up there, and to this day I do not regret the kind of speeches I gave about myself in class, I would say, as quickly as possible, "Hi, I'm Runii Young, and I'm fat." So, I guess that's why I'm writing my autobiography, to elaborate on the point I made when I was just a child, and for those people who never thought my speech was long enough, or that I didn't think enough about it, this is for them. This should finally be long enough, and I assure you I'll think long and hard about it. I wonder now how the truth of my classmates' speeches have held up in regards to mine. I bet Johnny Smith doesn't want to be a policeman anymore. I bet Sylvia Jones' favorite colors have changed since she was a child. And what about Sally Krzyzewski, who said she wanted to travel the world when she grew up? Last I heard of her, she was homeless and an alcoholic. To this day, however, I can say to you in all truthfulness, hi, I'm Runii Young, and I'm fat. Isn't that right, Doris? I just called out. She hasn't responded. She must be out somewhere. Maybe she's with that new boyfriend of hers, Frank St. John. I don't know how Doris can do it. She told me that she gets up at 5 in the morning every day to walk her cats. Who walks cats? Then I guess she writes those notes to me that I find stuck on the door when I go to get the mail. No, they're not love letters. They're chore reminders. I'll tell you a secret, though. I never mow the lawn. Doris is usually the one who has it done, as it must bother her so much just to see it from next door. Usually she has a neighbor boy do it. She pays him, too. On the days the grass gets cut, I always find one of these on my door. Rooney, $10. This means I owe her money. Don't worry, I pay the woman. If I didn't, I don't know how many little notes would be posted on my door right now. I really don't like to have too many on there at one time. It's embarrassing. I must say the lawn looks nice, and it looks as if someone has watered the flowers in front. That'll cost me too, I'm sure of it. Doris has returned. I've just heard another note being posted to the door. My life today is beginning to remind me of a game we used to play in school, years before we ever had to give speeches about ourselves. I think we called it house. But since there were so many students in my class, it was more like neighborhood. To have 25 or 30 people living in one house at one time was ridiculous. We as 4, 5, and 6-year-olds knew that. These days, it's just me here in this house. Doris lives alone, too. There's a family across the street with 2 parents and 2 children, and next to that house, there's a house with 9 people living in it. Still nothing close to 30. So there were several make-believe houses set up in our classroom. Each one typically had 2 5-year-old girls pretending they were mothers, and outside of the cereal box walled homestead were the boys. The fathers who were obviously at work. This work consisted of building and knocking down each other's wooden block skyscrapers, then wrestling. So, nothing much hasn't changed. And there was little Runii Young over there in the corner, or rather fat Runii Young, bored out of his mind, lazily watching the mothers and fathers of the neighborhood nurse babies, build and wrestle and cry. I didn't have the energy to get up and play with the boys, and I didn't understand the rules of the game the girls were playing, so I sat. I remember the teacher saying to me,
"Runi, don't you want to play too?"
As a matter of fact, Doris said that to me yesterday when she and Frank St. John were jogging around the whole neighborhood for an hour. My answer in both situations was this: not really. Doris has just yelled something to me from next door.
Runi,
She says,
what did I tell you about cleaning your gutters?
I'm pretending I haven't heard her. We had a sort of psychologist at my school when I was 5. My teacher suggested to my parents I go see this woman, Dr. Mellard, and my parents gave consent. So one day, instead of art class, I was told to follow Dr. Mellard to her office. The office was set at the end of a long hallway on the 2nd floor, room 248, if my memory serves me well. It, at that time, was the dullest room I had ever seen in my life. I think Mellard had her degree framed on the wall, and that was it. Instead of pictures of family or friends, she had a single picture of herself there on her desk, in which she looked exactly how she did all the time. She wore a black suit with black pants. Her graying brown hair was always tied up in a bun at the back of her head. She looked ancient to me, maybe 40 years old. Ancient! And here I am at 44. Dr. Mellard never even tried to be kind, as in having the courtesy to at least give me a smile at the beginning of our sessions, which turned out to be scheduled every week on Tuesdays. No, she was a dull woman. Still, she seemed very serious in her work. I never understood how someone who tried to provoke 5-year-olds to open up about their feelings could act so serious. But then again, I've never understood how anyone could act so serious about anything. I remember what our first conversation sounded like, though.
"Good afternoon, Runi,"
she said.
"Hi,"
I said.
"Your teacher says you've been having some problems in class lately. Can you tell me about them?"
I don't know.
"Can you at least tell me what the problems are?"
I don't know.
"Runi, let's not hide anything. You shouldn't just close up when someone wants to talk to you.
Okay.
And it's not fair to the other students when you don't want to play. Think of their feelings for once. What do you think they are thinking when they look over and see you not having a good time?"
I don't know,
"Come on, give me a guess.
she said.
What could the other students be feeling when they look over and see you all by yourself?"
I honestly don't remember too many instances when anyone ever looked over at me. I don't know, I said again.
You can be a friend too, Runi. You know, when you grow up, you're not going to be able to sit there without talking to anyone.
Ha! I say in my underwear in my living room at age 44.
Don't you have anything to say?
Dr. Millard continued. No.
How about I'm sorry?
Okay.
Say it!
I'm sorry,
Good.
said Dr. Millard. I have no idea why I was apologizing to her,
Now I want you to go back to your classroom
she said.
and play with your classmates.
Okay, I said. We got up to bring me back to my classroom. As I walked, she reminded me again.
I want you to play with your classmates.
Little did she know. By the time I got back to class, playtime was over. There was another playtime, however, that was not over for me. It would happen later in that day after I got home. I walked home usually. My house was only 9 blocks away from school. The first thing I would have to do once I got there was let the dog out of the house so it could do its business. Our dog's name was Venny. Once Venny was done outside, he'd still have a lot of energy for things like rolling around on the floor with me. Venny was an average-sized dog, brown, with big eyes and lots of spunk. I've forgotten his breed. Never was good with breed identification. We used to roll around on the floor for hours before Mom got home. I'd grab his leg and he'd bite my arm, and I'd tap the side of his head and he'd jump on top of me. I'd play dead and he'd lick my mouth until I couldn't maintain the act anymore. I'd make the whole living room into an arena for the two of us and pile up pillows and move furniture so he couldn't get away. Sometimes I would get tired first. Sometimes he would, and after all that time looking back, I can say one important thing about all of this. Whatever I did with Venny, the rolling around on the floor, the wrestling, the tiring each other out, that is all I've ever wanted to do with women. That's right. Ever since the first day I ever noticed them, that's been my only true desire when it comes to females. To play with them as one would play with a dog. This is probably why I have never had children. But who needs children when you are still one yourself? Apparently, lots of people, as I've seen over the years. A guy I went to school with, Mark Blair, got a girl pregnant when he was 17. He stopped wetting his own bed 2 years later. He never stopped painting model automobiles. His girlfriend hated him for this. But they married anyway now. He works for a big motor company in Mira. He's the custodian. Doris says that no one should ever conceive a child before the age of 30. This is one of the few beliefs of hers that has not been penned on my door in some fashion, for I have not transgressed it. I know someone who has, though, Doris herself. She became pregnant at the age of 20 with a child that would be named Randall, who would leave Doris's home on his 16th birthday to live with his own pregnant girlfriend. I know nothing about Randall's father.
On and on,
Says Doris.
no one can ever wait.
But before this Frank St. John fellow came around, I suspect that's all Doris had been doing for a long time. Waiting. I did a lot of waiting when I was younger. At the age of 6, I discovered that I could cook. And, as any good cook knows, the preparation of fine cuisine involves a lot of waiting. 3, 2, 1, ah! Here we are. Bon appetit. What has my 6-year-old self made to eat this time? Why, it's a tortilla. Inside of it is a hot dog, and it is covered with cheese. It's not the first one of its kind, though. When I could microwave these creations, I would usually make 10 or 12 of them per hour. Each of these greasy packs of bland, hastily made concoctions were delivered one by one to my little 6-year-old stomach. Hi, I'm Runii Young, and I'm fat. And this was the ritual day after day when I got home. Soon I forgot about Vinny, and we didn't play anymore. He ended up getting fat too, like me, because neither of us were getting any exercise. Also, I must admit, Vinny got hooked on tortillas filled with hot dogs and cheese too. He'd get them after I'd fallen asleep in front of the television, still with a few greasy wraps uneaten beside me. We were doomed, but oh, so content. I quickly realized that I could get myself to feel sick much faster than I could quench my hunger by eating what I was eating. It seemed as if being full in a satisfactory fashion was a feat I could never accomplish. But yet the food I knew I needed to eat to satisfy true hunger was making me feel quite sick to my stomach and lightheaded. I lived with these side effects of grease and chemicals for years, literally years. Each day, returning from school as normal and going straight to the refrigerator, then to the couch, then all over again and again, as it got darker and darker, until I fell asleep. My parents usually both came home when I was sleeping. The words I awoke to at around 7 or 8 at night every night were my mother's.
What did you eat now?
She used to ask me, and then she'd take a look into the garbage can in the kitchen, and then to the coffee table next to me.
Again?
She would ask. This was our routine. As I said, I was having a problem with getting myself full. I knew a good reason to eat was to be nourished and have a sense of completion after a meal. But there are some foods that you can eat so frequently that they become completely unsatisfying to the sense of further hunger. One time, my cousin Sunny, Corrine, and I were eating cheeseburgers at a fast food restaurant when we decided to challenge each other to see which one of us could eat the most. We both suspected I would win since Sunny was such a skinny kid, but he insisted his size didn't count him out necessarily. That guy from all the big eating contests, he used to say, is the smallest guy in every one of his competitions. That guy, I found out later, trained every day to win those contests. Sunny never trained once, so Sunny ate 4 cheeseburgers and threw up halfway through his stash to the bathroom. How many could I handle? The question still stands. I ate 13, then ran out of money.
You should compete in those eating contests,
Sunny used to tell me.
If you can't get full, you can't lose.
But it wasn't as if I could just eat and eat and eat and act like nothing happened. The headaches happened. The backaches happened. The grease highs happened. It was painful to eat so much. So, I've never entered a single eating contest to this day. I know Sunny's disappointed in me. But sometimes you must simply say no to public displays of gluttony. Besides, that skinny guy who won them all ended up dying at the age of 38 anyway. One strategy, or what I, as a child, told myself was a strategy, to eat only the right amount of food was sucking my own thumb. I knew that if my thumb was in my mouth, there was at least a 75% chance that I wouldn't be eating microwaved tortillas con queso at the same time. But this was a habit that didn't always stay at home when I left from school. I was caught in class sucking my thumb once by my teacher, and she must have told good old Dr. Mellard because she ended up asking me about it in a later meeting with her. Dr. Mellard called it a psychological miscue, which is quite a coincidence because that was the same thing I had been calling her.
There are certain problems that can develop during stages of development. And I think for you, Runi, one of the most prominent ones is your oral fixation,
she said. Dr. Mellard had actually already been seeing me for years at this point, and I'd grown to understand a lot of her terminology.
If I were to guess, I'd say this fixation also might have an effect on your weight, too. Do you understand?
So there I was again, pinned down and figured out as the kid who put away too many things in his mouth. You're a 25-cent cookie-cutter, overeducated quack, I thought. Yes, I understand, I said. Dr. Mellard flashed me a fake smile.
There are always things to fix about you,
she said. I found that line a bit strange because normally, if someone would say something like that, they would mean you in general, around the same theme as self-improvement never ends or you're never too old to learn. But when she said the word you, I know she specifically meant me Just me. Just Runi. There's always something to fix about Runi. He's got his head in the clouds. He's got his thumb in his mouth. God forbid the next thing you know, he'll be biting his fingernails. I don't mean to sound so upset. I'm really not in the least. Doris just came over with a big box of all sorts of cookies.
Frank won't eat them,
she said.
Diabetic.
There are literally 100 or more cookies in this box. It's a good thing I don't get full. When Doris was here, she told me that her son Randall had just called her on the phone. It turns out he was just fired from his job at a software company. And since his wife's already been laid off from her job for several months, they are struggling to pay the bills.
Don't be surprised if that jerk shows up at my door sometime soon,
Doris said. I've never heard Doris call her son that before. But since asking Doris questions can open up all kinds of strange doors to even stranger worlds of conversation, I didn't say anything.
I told him that if he insists to live beyond his means when the going is good, he's going to be disappointed when things go wrong.
Doris told me before that Randall was buying new televisions and a new set of kitchen appliances, in addition to that car he bought the week before his wife got laid off.
He's grown up and for the most part makes good decisions, but if you try to tell him a storm might be coming, he's the kind of person who runs out into the street with a lightning rod and non-waterproof shoes. You know? And he'll just stand there and smile at you with a look that says, oh yeah, if there's really something coming, why haven't I been struck yet? And then he gets hit by a maelstrom and next thing you know, he's on my doorstep asking to borrow a pair of shoes. That's Randall.
Doris sighed. That's when she handed me the box full of cookies. I took a short break from writing. The cookies are gone, and I found a note from Doris at the bottom of the box.
Runi,
it reads,
if you finish eating all these by this afternoon, bring the box back to me. I need it for old Christmas cards.
But I'm not willing to admit the cookies are already gone. So, she'll get the box a few days from now instead. Throughout my life, I have designed many strategies to hide just how much food I have eaten while left alone. When I was 9 or 10, I got a real metal safe for my birthday. I don't know what it is, but there is something terribly intriguing about locking safes to a boy that age. Maybe it represents the first chance to exercise the privacy most people will scream for just a few years later when they become teenagers. The privacy that becomes so abundant in the 30s, and at 44 seems about as valuable as a $10 restaurant gift certificate is to a millionaire. My cousin, Sonny Kareen, had a safe too. His was a small green plastic one that opened by combination. He used it for keeping coins, medals, and an old cigarette lighter his grandfather had given to Sonny before he died. My safe was one that stood about 3 feet high and weighed 40 or 50 pounds. So no one could just take off with it. None of the little hyperactive stick figures I occasionally had over, anyway. I kept it next to my closet in the corner of my bedroom. It opened with a key that I had 2 copies of, one that I usually kept on me at all times, and another that I gave to my cousin Sonny, since I trusted him most out of anyone at that age. Sonny kept the key to my safe inside of his own safe. The contents of my safe, I thought, should be kept secret from everyone. Inside the safe were hundreds of food wrappers. There were pieces of plastic from individually wrapped cheeses, bags of pretzels, and pork rinds, empty packaging from baking chocolate, and many other things. Yes, my high-grade, probably very expensive metal safe, a safe that many people might have used to keep birth certificates or life savings, a safe that could have probably endured many types of abuse, flooding, fire, gunfire, etc. I used it as a trash can. But this was not the pile of trash that my mother saw every night when she came home to find me passed out on the couch. No, this was from perhaps the greatest project of my youth. The greatest project of my youth started out as a small con. But as many small cons go, when the con artist discovers that they actually work, it did not stay so small. And I will admit it and also apologize now. I will apologize to all the con artists who've ever been caught and punished, because I never got caught. I never got punished. And as it turns out, that little con turned out to be the beginning to the success story I will call my life. When my grandfather, Runii Young, would come to family parties, he always had an addition to the before-meal prayer. Just after Amen, my grandfather would add, "I am an animal. When I get hungry, I eat." I think of this line now as I have just finished a wonderful dinner of fried clams. Doris cooked them.
He said this morning that he wasn't going to move in with me,
she said at my doorway just a few hours ago.
But just in case, I'm going to cook extra every night. The last thing I want to see is little Aggie go hungry.
Doris doesn't like to see anyone go hungry. She won't even let her 44-year-old bum of a neighbor go a day this week without some donated food. She insisted that the clear glass plate of clams was probably still too hot for me to want to carry to the kitchen, so she took it there herself. When she placed it down on the table, she spied the empty cookie box on the countertop.
"So you did finish them,"
she said, and I looked at her with the same eyes my grandpa Herman used to look at all of us around the dining table with when I was young. And I said to her, "I am an animal. When I get hungry, I eat." That very line, I found out, also appears in a half-century-old publication called The Lifting of Mean by some fellow named J. Ian Fields. In this collection of short essays, Fields made a few points about how human beings shouldn't always feel the burden of explaining their own actions through some semi-complex reasoning system. Fields, who was a self-proclaimed agnostic, who also wrote about cooking, sports, and even entertain the idea of a geobound universe from a fringe theory that posits the Earth is not a sphere in space, but rather that the surface of the Earth makes up the borders of the universe, and that all of outer space is actually a sort of inner space contained within the sky, between the surfaces of Earth, like an egg yolk is to the white surrounding it. Indulgences to those who can't quite grasp the meaning of that last sentence on the first read. If you got it, you're either smarter than I am or crazier. My grandfather must have been very influenced by this man, as I now remember another thing he used to often say.
Why dig a hole to get to see China?
He used to say,
when it's right there behind the moon.
I used to stare up into the sky at night and try to see the other side of the world. I even did it on a date once. Kate Massenfer was the first girlfriend I ever stole away from a friend. The friend, Joe Weldon, went away one week in the summer with his family on a vacation. Supposedly, Joe had promised Kate that he would go with her to the veterinarian's office because she needed to take her dog in for its yearly appointment. The dog's name was Runi, yes, pronounced the same way as my name. And you know how these things happen. Joe promised Kate, and Kate made a plan. Then Joe went away and left Kate with no ride to the vet, so she ended up calling me, of all people, to talk about Joe. And she cried on the phone. So I told her I'd take her to the vet. So I took her to the vet that Wednesday. It was Kate, Runi, and Runi. At the vet, the receptionist made a rather embarrassing comment about how they might have an appropriate shampoo to fix what's going on with my hair at the time, and Kate laughed, and it made me feel like an idiot. Little Runi went in to see his doctor, and I was left sitting alone with Kate in the waiting room. So, Joe went where? I asked.
Somewhere down south.
She sighed.
I don't know.
Probably Mississippi then, I said. I was struggling to think of something to say next, I admit. I told her I'd take her to the vet because I thought she was pretty, and I thought that it would be a fun time for me to spend some time carting around with such a pretty girl. But spending time with pretty girls is not a lot of fun. In fact, it's one of the least fun things you can do with an afternoon because you can try really hard beforehand telling yourself not to get your hopes up for anything exciting to happen. But right behind that attempt is a series of fantasies that you can't help but have pass through your head, and then you can tell your own thoughts to shut up, and then they don't. And then you finally meet her and you say something unfunny, untrue, uncool, and unwise. And then she says, "What?" And then you say, "Never mind." And then you trip over something that you can never remember tripping over something like it ever in your life. And then, depending on how old you are, there's another set of thoughts going through your head. The real raunchy fantasies that you wouldn't even admit to your private diary that you have. So you start screaming to yourself, "Stop it! Cease! Abstain! Fast!" And you think it again 3 more times. "Fast! Fast! Fast!" And it laughs back at you. haunting you inside of your own mind, and it says I am an animal, and when I get hungry, I eat. But what it craves is the most inappropriate meal you could think of, commonly in the most inappropriate place, with the most inappropriate person.
Thanks for bringing me here.
She said. It's no problem, I said.
It was really nice of you to do this for me.
She said.
You really made me feel better about everything.
It's time for us to commence obscene sexual practices, said the voice in my head. Really? Said the voice in my mouth.
Yeah,
she said.
You know, Joe promises me lots of things. He said he'd take me out for my birthday.
She started counting on her fingers.
I skated last week. He said he'd let me meet his parents.
She stopped counting and looked the other way for a moment. Then she turned her head back towards me.
You're 1 for 1,
she said. And that's when I realized that we were on a date. Later, we dropped off Runi at her house, and we went for a walk late at night in the woods. I don't know whose idea it was. It probably wasn't mine, because I don't remember having even the simple social skill of suggesting something to do. Plus, the fact that I never went for walks. She talked about Joe a little bit, and she talked about her older sister who was graduating from art college. She talked about how she was scared about the future. She talked about her favorite foods. I didn't say a damned thing. I was just there. At this point that the voice in my head started to change its mind. It suddenly wasn't playing the part of the perverted uncle. It was becoming more like my Grandpa Herman, or maybe more like the man I am today. As the girl talked, I started to miss my bedroom and my bed and some of my favorite foods. I started to tell myself, you don't need a woman to be happy. Just lie around all day and do nothing until the food runs out.
Runi?
Kate interrupted.
Look at the moon.
I knew instantly that I had found myself in one of those unforgettably romantic situations. It was one of those scenes I might have played out in my head while lying around on the couch just before I fell asleep each afternoon. There she was, the pretty girl, who had for some reason agreed to go with me out into the wilderness, into the pitch-black night. And as we reached a clearing and we could see the sky and all the stars, I would say to her, I have compared thee, O my love, to a company of horses in Pharaoh's chariots. And she would fall into my arms, and we would roll around like dogs on the forest floor, just like Vinny and I did. But for some reason, I wasn't in the mood for love. Something inside of me felt accomplished enough that I had successfully brought a pretty girl out into the woods, and that the pretty girl was definitely having an enjoyable time. It erased a great deal of doubts about myself. I started to feel a bit silly. It was the kind of silliness that might come upon a man who has just finally put down a giant rock after carrying it around for a long time. Like the feeling of a layer of the memory of pain mixed with a great deal of relief. Maybe what Atlas might feel like if he finally put the earth down. Or maybe what Sisyphus might feel like if he finally got that boulder to stay at the top of the hill. I started to predict that I was becoming incompatible with the rest of what one can easily fantasize about a moment like this. I started to laugh.
What?
Asked Kate. Oh, nothing, I said.
No, really, what are you laughing at?
She asked. I stopped to look her straight in the eyes as to test her. Then she kissed me, and I felt a certain surge of rebellion inside myself. In an instant, I said to myself, to my fantasies, "You've tormented me for long enough. I will not indulge your desires. Get behind me." And I darted from the girl out of the thick tree cover and into a field. I stared into the sky. "Don't look at the moon, Kate," I shouted. "Look past the moon." I could hear her walking after me as I slowly walked forward, still looking up. "What is there?" I asked her. She didn't respond right away. "What is there?" I asked again. "Kate, what is beyond the moon, beyond the blackness of space?"
Heaven?
She guessed. "No," I said. She stopped beside me, and I tried to look into the sky in the same spot I was. "No, it's not heaven," I said.
What is it, then?
She asked. "It's China," I said. Speaking of China, I am reminded of another country in the Eastern Hemisphere. When I was 19 years old, my parents moved out of the house to live with a traveling musical troupe in Indonesia. Rereading that last sentence, it seems strange to me, too. What's even stranger is that I know for a fact that it's all my fault. When I was growing up, both my parents had an addiction. Neither of them were out of the ordinary, particularly annoying, or even much more condemnable than biting one's fingernails, which, as feared, my own oral fixation also started to make me do, or habitually eating. My mother smoked cigarettes, and my father frequented casinos. Because of both of these things' volume, a considerable amount of money was taken from my parents' collective wealth. I knew this, and at first it was very bothersome. I knew that the prices of both my parents' addictions were ones that would never find a way to drop, and I knew that if there was ever an argument kindled by these things, anger would sometimes be taken out on me. My parents never beat me, nor did they ground me, nor did they scold me too harshly for any of my bad behavior. But the way I was treated around the times when they argued triggered the deepest kinds of distress that I had ever experienced as a very spoiled only child. And God bless parents for being patient with their own children, but so many parents have a problem with patience with each other. Luckily for me, most of the time my parents' complaints about each other's expensive, guilty pleasures kept each other in check. Most of the time my parents chose to tend to the plank in their own eyes before going after the speck in the others. But the planks did well to balance each other out. Yes, they were sturdy planks. planks that I had no problem walking out onto and building my whole life on. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock, as Jesus says in the King James Version of the Bible. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And every one that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And as the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. I've often pondered those words and wondered what kind of house I have built, as I am sure countless people have done as well. The words about planks in the eye can be found just a few lines before this, though it's translated beams in the King James. And for a great while now, I've been putting all these verses together because, as I've stated, I think I've done some building using others' planks. Planks sort of remind me of driftwood, which can be found scattered about the sand, so I note the association. But a good plank is definitely much sturdier than your average piece of marine debris. And Jesus is right. To build a house upon rock would be the perfect foundation. Rock might stand forever, but I don't need forever. I only need at most 80 or 90 years. I bet my planks are strong enough to last about that long. All this brings to mind another tale from my childhood, one that fits together two of the themes just discussed. The first one is the question of where to build a home for yourself, and the second is to balance between two people's endeavors. They find themselves juxtaposed in a story told by me by my grandfather, Runii Young. As I have disclosed, my grandfather was greatly influenced by the writings of the early 20th century theorist J. Ian Fields. My grandfather had told me that there were many nights in his life where he would stay awake very late at night reading the works of Fields. After one of these times, he fell asleep to have an interesting dream. Upon waking from it, he wrote the events of it all down in a notebook and later relayed them to me. There was a discovery made, my grandfather began. Oxygen was no longer needed for human beings to breathe. With a simple transplant, a new kind of lung could be installed into the chest that could also use a mix of hydrogen and electromagnetic radiation to produce breath. This meant that human beings could travel into inner space. Of course, it was inner to him because of his belief in a geo-bound universal model. Humans could travel into inner space and make a place for themselves almost anywhere as long as they don't fly into the sun. So the humans were given all this new space to live as Earth was becoming overpopulated, and it was a new age of colonialism. Or so it should have been. But Runi, my grandfather, looked up from his notebook. Tell me what happens next. I don't know, I said.
Come on, he insisted. Just tell me what the humans did after being given thousands of new planets to build on.
I don't know, I said again. What?
They blew each other up before they even got
to the other side of the moon. There was a note on my door.
Runi,
it reads,
get up and do something. Randall and his family have moved in with me. Yes, it's true. So I won't be able to play mother to you for who knows how long.
I have been peering out through the blinds at a moving truck on the street in front of Doris's house. The truck is from the same company I've rented from before. I'm wondering if they paid for the insurance. It's a very large truck. What I believe to be the largest they rent out. If I had to guess, I'd say Randall and his family are planning a long-term stay. Curiosity had gotten the best of me, and I have just wandered out onto my front lawn to see Randall and his family moving their things. On the way back to the truck to grab something out of the back, Randall noticed me and politely said hello. Hello, I said back. That's the largest one they got, right? What? Randall asked, taking his hands off of a chair in the back of the truck. That's the biggest truck you can rent, right? I asked. There's one bigger, he said, but you can't drive that one on the highway or something like that. I don't know, maybe you can. Did you get the insurance? I asked. Yes, he said. $14, I asked. Yeah, he said. You have a lot of experience with moving trucks. Lately, yes, I said. I just rented one like that last week. Same size. It would have been nice to know about that bigger truck you speak of. I guess they were all out of those. Had 3 of them there this morning, he claimed. But we were at the one downtown. That explains it, I said. I go to this neighborhood satellite a few blocks down. The downtown one must be the hub. I bet they have all sorts of different trucks there. Yeah, they have vans, Randall said, and sedans. Sedans? I asked. What can you move with a sedan? Beats me, he said, waving at Frank St. John as Frank began his daily constitutional with 3 leashed felines. Cats, maybe. He picked up the chair and set it down beside his truck on the grass. Then he reached for another chair, put it next to the first, then got up into the truck and began to move a sofa. Do you need some help with that? I asked, as he began to walk over. Sure, he said. My wife and kids are inside with my mom. He started to lower one end of the sofa towards me, and we lowered it down onto the ground. Then brought it over next to the chairs. For some reason, I said, last time I rented a truck, I opted out of that $14 insurance. They make you walk around and look at the truck, noting any damages on the truck, and they have you label them on this truck diagram on a piece of paper. The front bumper was loose, so I circled the front bumper on the picture and wrote loose in big, giant capitals. After I got back, I noticed that the bumper had fallen off completely somewhere on the road. What a piece of junk! Randall laughed. Sounds like those divorce papers I just filed. He laughed again. I wonder what he meant by that. I ended up helping take a lot of furniture and baggage and things into Doris's house. Doris had completely cleared out 2 bedrooms for Randall and his family to move in.
Thanks for helping out, said Randall. I'm sorry I haven't asked your name.
Runi, I said.
Thanks a lot, Runi,
Randall said.
Don't encourage that man,
called Doris from the other room.
You didn't take him away from anything important, Randall.
Randall looked surprised.
Do you know my mother well?
He asked. She's a very kind woman, I said.
I'm sure she means, he began.
You don't have to apologize, I said. She's kind enough to let her son and his family move in with her.
As any mother would do,
Randall added. As any mother would do? I asked. You haven't met my mother, then. My mother, Sally Krulski Young, always claimed that she was leading the exact opposite life of the one she should have been. She used to sit and smoke and tell me about her life.
Today, I saw a man who had just jumped from a 50-story window,
she began one of the times.
On the way down, he got caught in some power lines. I guess that bounced him to the side, a few feet away from where he was trying to land. When they brought him to the hospital, he was unconscious.
My mother paused and took a drag from her cigarette.
And his wife was there yelling. There was a mattress we had on the ground for him to fall on, but we have put it in the wrong place and he missed it, and oh God! And then he told us he jumped because the building was on fire. You always look at the situation differently before you hear about the fire, you know. When you still might be guessing that the person might have been trying to commit suicide because you find out they jumped out a window.
My mother took another drag.
Sometimes we don't even get to find out.
She continued.
Why did they jump?
And she would stare blankly at the wall after saying things like this with a kind of tired, stupid look on her face.
The guy is still in a coma yet,
she eventually said.
And so am I.
What do you mean by that, Mom? I asked.
I mean,
she began,
that just like that man jumped from that window, I was born. And as he fell, as I fell, something got in the way and threw us off course. Something stopped us from making our intended landing. For him, it was power lines. For me, I don't know what it was. I've been trying to find that out for a long time.
And sometimes I'd hear my mother talking to herself when I was in another room or when she didn't know I was around. Sometimes I'd hear my mother bring a line back from this story, and it always made me feel sad.
Why did I jump?
She would say. Since my mother believed that she was the opposite of what she should have been or what she intended to be at one point, she used to look at things that were the opposite of her and try to find clues about where she could truly find happiness.
I should be a brunette,
she said, and she dyed her hair brown.
My skin shouldn't be so pale.
And she tanned once a week. These were not out of the ordinary, but one day she came home from work and started making a lot of noise. She woke me up from one of my post-food naps, and I found her turning over the furniture all around the house. She had picked up her dresser and turned it upside down. She did the same to her desk. We had a spare room we used for many other things, and when I walked in on her, I found her turning over a piano bench and laying it upside down on the floor.
"See, Runi,"
she said.
"I have the power to turn things around, don't I?"
She pushed past me and started down the hall. I followed. "What are you doing?" I asked, with my eyes still adjusting to light after my nap.
"My opposite,"
she said as she walked across the living room, spoke to me in the car on my way home from work. She stopped at the table to turn a pile of mail upside down. She said to me,
"I've been watching you live. I've been seeing you for a long time with all your routines and habits."
And then my opposite starts speaking to me after all this time of disconnection. She started to walk downstairs. So I stopped the car. She raised her voice to counter the volume of her steps. And I said, "Oh, yeah? I'll never turn things around." And my opposite, she said,
"Yeah, turn this car around right now and show me that you can change your life."
And I asked her, I said, "Where should I go?" And she said,
"Anywhere."
And I said, "I can't just go anywhere. I will have to go home." And she said,
"Exactly. You're not going anywhere because you have to go home."
and I told her to shut up. And I drove home. But when I pulled into the driveway, she got to the bottom of the stairs as I followed. I knew she was right. So I'm turning things around now. I had never seen my mother act like this before, and I had no idea what to make of it. She started turning things upside down in the basement. The first thing was an old photograph we had framed on the wall of what I think was my mother's grandparents. She grabbed it from the wall and flipped it over, then adjusted a hook on the back of the frame and hung it back up on the wall. It hung there awkwardly with the photographed people's heads to the floor. On that same wall were many family photographs and artifacts. There was a picture of my mom's brothers fishing when they were little kids, a sheet of paper explaining the etymology of my mother's maiden name, a certificate from a typing class that my grandfather had taken decades before, a newspaper article about the effects of a flash flood that had had a picture with one of my cousins in the background, and many other things. In the middle of it all was an old Polish flag that was fastened to the wall by 4 thumbtacks, one in each corner. The bird, sometimes featured in the middle of many large-sized Polish flags, was absent from this one, so it displayed simply the 2-colored background. The top half was white and the bottom half red.
"There's got to be a point,"
my mother said as she turned around the certificate, and then the newspaper article,
"where you find the door out of the life you know you shouldn't be living."
She got to the flag and she stopped to gaze into it. She let out a sigh and she smiled as her eyes opened wide in excitement. She quickly removed the tacks from the flag. It began to fall to the ground. She got a hold of it and pinned it back up on the wall, the top half red and the bottom half white this time. She stood back and stared at the flag. Not like she used to stare blankly when she was telling me about her days at work, but with a look as if she had just discovered something she'd been seeking for a long time.
"The way out,"
she said. "What is she doing?" I asked my father as he was walking out the back door of the house, just hours later, to follow my mother to the car.
"I don't know," he told me, "but I have to go."
My mother was calling to him from her car that was parked in the driveway. I watched him get in the passenger seat. He looked all excited, too. They quickly sped away down the alley behind our house. I stood in the back doorway for a moment, trying to guess at what had just happened. Then I think I went inside and paced around the house for a while, thinking about it. After whatever epiphany my mom had in the basement, we heard my father walk through the door upstairs. Then my mom ran upstairs and she said something like,
"I've figured it out."
Then she told him that they had to go somewhere together in the car right away. Then they were gone, and I really had no good guesses as to what had happened. I sat down and waited for them to come back, but they never did. That was the last day I ever saw my parents. I was 19. It's not like they died or even stopped contacting me. No, I got phone calls from them often. They even explained what happened that day they left.
"It's a long story,"
my father told me over the phone. "It better be," I told him. My father's father, Herman Young, had an older brother. His name was Melvin Young. Uncle Melvin, as he was to my dad, would come to see my grandpa Herman and my family when my father was a child. When he came to visit, he would bring these magnificent color photographs to show my dad and his brothers and sisters. The photographs were of the many countries of the world, all kinds of different people and all kinds of different activities. Some were of the Aboriginal Sami culture of northern Scandinavia, and some were of the Maori in New Zealand. And Uncle Melvin was even in some of them. There were also photographs of the Red Square in Moscow and of a cruise Melvin took with 3 friends near Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Melvin was a freelance photographer who was doing some work for an encyclopedia at the time. He got into the business after becoming interested in photography when he was in the army. He met a man named Julius Alam, and they became business partners and traveled the world taking people's pictures. My dad and his siblings were always really excited to see Uncle Melvin, since he was only around once or twice each year, as he spent so much time traveling. I remember my grandmother recalling Melvin, but less fondly than her children did.
"It's always those ones,"
she used to say.
"The ones who do nothing to support their family. Those are the ones who the family is always excited to see. Always those ones."
Out of all the children, the one who enjoyed the photographs the most was my father. Melvin let my father keep a lot of the photographs, and my father collected them and had a box for them in his bedroom. Because of this, my dad, from a very early age, was interested in the different cultures of the world. He started to study foreign languages by himself, collect traditional items from all over the world, and even more so, he became interested in tribal music. He wanted to grow up and help people play it, of course. I didn't find out about any of this until after my parents left me when I was 19 years old. How come I never knew about any of this? I asked my father once over the phone.
No child really knows about the hopes and dreams of their parents, he said.
Really? I asked.
I don't think so,
he told me.
They're usually too busy with their own to ever ask.
The strangest thing just happened. I just got a phone call from Frank St. John, Doris's boyfriend. He told me that he's worried about Doris having to take care of Randall and his family, and he thinks that she could be getting too stressed out about it for her own good.
I don't know who to talk about it, he said, but I'm having a hard time talking to her. Since she's so hard to get a hold of now, I haven't seen or talked to her in 5 days.
I had not previously spoken to this man beyond hello, and I'm surprised to hear him. A 55-year-old man worrying about Doris like a mother worries about her son on the night of his first sleepover.
Our cats haven't been walked in 2 weeks, he said.
I think they'll survive, I said.
Hadn't I just seen him with those cats? You know Doris pretty well, he said. I know you do. She's always baking you cookies.
Aren't those for you? I asked.
She knows I can't eat those before she even makes them, he said. But anyway, if anything happens over there and you think that it's getting to be too much for her, you call me, all right?
All right, I told him. And that was pretty much all. Young love is so protective, so careful. Joe Weldon, the friend from my teens, was likewise protective when he found out that his girlfriend had kissed me while he was away on vacation. And to my surprise, he was eager to protect his friendship with me rather than his relationship with Kate Massenfer. He showed up at my doorstep right after he had heard that Kate had kissed me.
Runi,
he said as he walked past me into my living room without invitation.
We need to talk.
I was expecting a punch in the face or a kick in the stomach, or a bit lower.
If she thinks she can get between us, he said, she's wrong.
I was relieved. Wait, I said. First of all, what did you hear?
I heard that Kate kissed you in the woods,
he said. Actually, she kissed me on the mouth, I said.
What?
He asked. I wouldn't have appreciated that jest either, had I not told it myself, not within the conversation's mood. Who told you that happened? I asked.
One of Kate's friends, he answered. Well, it's true, right?
Yes, I said.
That's what I thought, said Joe. Are you interested in her?
Actually, I said, not really, no. He started laughing. I wondered why.
Yes, he said. Listen, Runi. 2 summers ago, I was dating that girl, Sophia, remember? The one I knew from Nebraska, near where my mom lives.
Yeah, I said.
Well, she ended up screwing around with a friend of mine over there, and I freaked out at him. I might have hit him. I know I at least screamed at him for a long time. I was mad. And we're not friends anymore, not in the least bit. But you know what? Looking back now, who, out of all the people in my life, do I miss the most? I'll tell you this, it's not Sophia. She's not even in the top 10. It's my friend I lost that summer. His name's Nate Dunham. He's a great guy.
He sounds like a dickbag, I said.
No, he's a good guy, said Joe. Swear to God.
That name, Nate Dunham, I found out would later enjoy a pretty successful career in music. He recorded under the name Handsome Cab, and had a #1 hit with his song entitled Sophia. The lyrics to Sophia went something like this. That summertime long ago, you were his, but you loved me so. You loved me so. You loved me so, Sophia. I lost a friend, and it hurts so bad to now realize what good friends I had. Where are you, Joe? Now there is no Sophia. That was the first song I ever heard on the radio that I could honestly say I really knew what it was all about. A lot of the music in my life I have enjoyed without really understanding the words. That is an interesting thing about music. People can love it without real lyrical understanding, or sometimes without any real curiosity as to what is being said. You can't get away with that in literature. Well, sometimes you can. But with music, I would argue appreciation without strict understanding is much more widespread. My parents, as I now know but didn't before, used to argue about the importance of understanding the words in music. Since my father was into foreign languages and music, he had a large, though secret, collection of recordings of songs sung in all sorts of languages. Some of the languages he had studied, while others a complete mystery to him.
Can you understand what they are saying?
I was told my mother used to ask my father.
Sometimes,
My father would say,
if it's Turkish or if it's French, and if I listen closely, I can understand what they're saying. But I don't prefer it. You miss the beauty of a language when you start to hear the words. If you hear the words, you start to miss the sounds. And the sound is what is most beautiful. The sound is why you listen in the first place. But what if they are saying really silly things?
my mother would ask.
Or if they're saying things you disagree with? That doesn't matter,
My father would say back.
if you can keep yourself from understanding the words. The sounds are already beautiful, and they will stay that way.
This is why my father never pursued studying language outside of his own personal practice. He said it was comfortable to him to be able to be just poor enough in understanding a language, to be able to ignore the meanings of words if he didn't care to really concentrate. Therefore, giving himself 2 levels of appreciation for language. The appreciation for meaning and, separately, the appreciation for sound.
Ignorance is bliss for you, then.
My mother would say.
Ignorance is everything.
My grandfather Herman would say. What is that even supposed to mean? Asked his other brother Stephen at one of our family gatherings.
It means that knowledge,
Grandpa Herman said,
if it exists, is not ours as much as we think it is.
And?
And what?
Asked Herman. That's not even a good explanation, said Stephen.
No, it's not,
said my grandpa.
There's no such thing as a good explanation.
I still have much explaining to do. Before my parents left me alone at 19 years of age, our family was having a hard time with money, even though both of my parents' salaries had been on a steady incline for some time. Funds were unaccounted for. My mother's cigarette consumption rose exponentially from stress. The cigarette budget, bolstered by the recent landmark increases on tobacco taxes, coupled with my father's gambling, were crippling us financially. Or so my parents thought at first, When either one of them would notice a large sum of money taken out of their savings, they seemed patient, though still assuming that the other was acting unwisely with their spending. After their joint bank account was noticeably on a serious decline, accusations began between the two, directed at each other.
"How many cigarettes do you need to smoke?"
my father would ask.
A lot! I thought you said you were taking a break on the goddamn pull tabs,
my mother would say. The times of my parents' little displeasures with each other seem like such good days in retrospect, humor at every turn from an observer's perspective. These were the days where some of the blame fell on me, when I'd be yelled at simply because my parents were frustrated with each other. That doesn't sound so bad now, but it must have been, because I started spending as much time away from home as I could. Every day after school, I started going to my cousin Sonny Kareen's house. I never said much to him about my parents fighting because I didn't think he would understand. Sonny's father ran his own fix-it shop out of their garage, and he was the most agreeable man that I can think of. Most of Sonny's family's income came from generous tips from his dad's customers, since many of them were very pleased at the kindness of the man and his extremely low rates. Sonny once told me that his dad fixed a watch for someone, charged the man $2, but was paid $2,000. The customer turned out to be Wallace Fields, the millionaire son of J. Ian Fields, author of The Lifting of Mean, my grandfather's favorite book. Small world. It's not a small world. J. Ian Fields writes in The Lifting of Mean, "I can't even see China from here." After months of insinuating to each other to stop spending so much money, my parents both shut up. It was a strange phenomenon. As I lived in the same house as they did, ate at the same dinner table, watched television in the same living room, I constantly sensed an unspoken war between them. They no longer said anything about the way each other spent money. They just sat. They didn't speak too often, and when they did speak, the subject of conversation never went anywhere near money. They had reached a cold stalemate. "How was your day?" one would ask. "Fine," would say the other. And sometimes they talked about family, but it became hard for them to even speak of that.
Have you heard from your sister lately?
Asked my mother one day. "Yes," said my father.
Her friend won the lottery. Oh,
said my mother, and that was all. I had never before imagined a conversation about someone we knew winning the lottery that spoke neither about the amount of money won nor the highly unlikely odds of it happening nor what the person planned to do with the money. Envy wasn't even expressed. No, money was now an extremely taboo subject. When I was 8 or 9, in one of my few athletic ventures, I fell hard into asphalt pavement and badly scraped up my elbow. It was bleeding quite a bit, so when I came home right after it happened, my mother came at me to bandage my elbow up. "I'll be okay, Mom," I said. But She insisted to come at me with the bandage.
Hold still,
she said. She used both hands to hold the bandage to try to get it to cover my new wound. But there's a sort of prickly, gut-wrenching feeling if someone touches one of those wounds the wrong way. And my mother did manage to touch it the wrong way. Ah! I screamed, and my arm flew forward straight into my mother's face, breaking her nose. She spent the night in the hospital. Her nose was bandaged for a few weeks. After that, we never spoke about what happened, and my mother never again came at me with a bandage when I might have needed one. This was the sort of thing going on between my parents. They both sought to get a weakness of the other, but they must have triggered one of those prickly, gut-wrenching feelings.
Ah!
They might have screamed, and whatever they did broke down something in the other, but it wasn't their noses. Oh, no. You won't be able to tell just by looking at this sentence and the two-word muffled exclamation before it, but I have taken a lot of time off from writing. I've been having a little problem with my addiction, as I started to get at the very beginning of this reminiscent mess. My addiction? Food. Since all my life I've had a terrible difficulty with getting full, I've just been taken on another unpleasant trip. For the past few days, I've been lying around finishing off everything in my cupboards. I've been eating and eating and eating myself into a sickness, where both my head and stomach hurt, and then falling asleep early in the day, just as I did when I was a boy. I completely forgot about writing this, and I'm sorry. But I have now reclaimed this work as something I intend to finish, which sadly has not happened with many of the projects of my life. When I was 9 or 10 years old, I began painting one of the walls on the inside of my closet with a mural. It really was something. There were some really neat designs and the image of a man with a long beard, who must have been based on a character in a story I read around that time. I finished half of it and then found myself finishing off the cupboards, as I have so often, and just in the past few days done. Then began a sick haze of headaches and sleep. And by the time I recovered days later, I had no motivation of finishing the mural inside my closet. When I was 12, I decided to write a book. I gave the book the working title Project J, and I actually wrote many pages. From what I remember, it was about why kids should rule the world and adults should be their subordinates. That actually doesn't sound like a bad deal to me now at 44, since the subordinate ones might not be given as many responsibilities as the ones in control. I have always, and expect myself to always, to the end, balk at taking on more responsibilities. And I am aware that this book, this Project J, probably would not have survived any kind of challenging writer's block it might have experienced had it gotten that far. But before that writer's block would come, the same writer's block that ruined so many promising stories, something else beat it to the punch. I ate 2 whole cherry pies and gave myself up to the sick overeater's haze. when I returned from the haze, I cared not for what I had so affectionately called Project J. But alas, this tale, this autobiography I have begun at age 44, has survived in a way that my childhood projects never could. Perhaps it's because the very things that used to ruin my productivity are now the inspiration behind it. But this autobiography is not the only strange fruit that my addiction to food has bore. At the age of 17, upon the planks in my parents' eyes, I built a forest of those strange fruit-bearing trees that I have eaten from ever since. And I know I have brought this up before and then not fully revealed what exactly I did. How exactly I took advantage of my parents. But it is not because I've been wanting to build up suspense to some great story of my youth, no. It is more so that I've been trying to make myself as relatable to whomever might read this, to make myself more human and worthy of reading further. Before I divulge such a detestable fact about my life, so that the reader will not simply drop this work of mine in the trash after finding out what it is. Nevertheless, I will admit it finally right here. And to those who wish to view me differently because of what I'm about to reveal, something possibly quite easy to have previously picked up on, I understand. I will certainly not judge. Here it goes. I, Runii Young, made a living for myself stealing money from my parents. Still there? Good. I am still here too, miraculously. I found another note on my door.
Runi!
It says,
Come for dinner tonight. I have also invited Mr. Scipio from across the street.
Mr. Scipio, Leonard Scipio, is a man Doris has been trying to get me to become friends with for years.
He's your age.
Doris told me.
You should easily be able to find something in common with him.
Leonardo Scipio has a wife and 2 children. He has worked for a local machine manufacturing company for almost 20 years. He is a thin man. We have nothing in common. I take that back, actually. We both are now and again sometimes lured into the home of Doris Hartwell for a dinner party. That is our defining similarity. It is also the defining similarity between me and his daughter and his son. His son is the one Doris pays to mow my lawn. But Doris is not a wholly unfit matchmaker. She is correct in her judgment that Leonard Scipio is a perfectly nice, amicable man. He is. And I certainly wouldn't mind being friends with him. But there is a certain non-redeemable disconnection that occurs when a hard-working family man is paired in conversation with a 44-year-old, single, unkempt, overweight child who has never worked a day in his life. The contrast in lifestyle is irreconcilable. For someone so legitimate and upstanding to consider himself a friend of mine would be for him to accept my lifestyle as equal or near equal to his own. Of course, this kind of acceptance would surely disrupt his view of his own lifestyle. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him for finding that as too much for him to do. What would he tell his children if they asked about me? What if they asked me about me? What would I tell them? This is what I'm scared to find out. But that fear is now slightly overpowered by my curiosity for what Doris will be making us for dinner. I have returned from the dinner party. Doris made a chicken dish with artichokes and a whole lot of thick, fattening sauce. I don't know how she expects me to ever slim down. I don't know how she expects herself to either. No, I'm not claiming that Doris is nearly as fat as I, nor even fat at all, but she might say differently, as many women do, as many people do. But I'm legit big, hand to God. I have had 6 or 7 glasses of wine, and I wish I hadn't had so much because something happened at Doris's house that I'd like to have a clearer and more reliable memory of. We were in the middle of the meal when Doris, leading along the conversation and trying to make sure everyone was involved, when I got up to go to the bathroom. On my way there, I spotted the box, previously filled with cookies that Doris had retrieved from my house. She had filled it with old Christmas cards as she had said she would. I almost looked right past it, but one of the cards in the box, a postcard actually, caught my eye. On the front of the card was a picture of an Indonesian gamelan performance. I looked back to see if anyone could spot me from the dining room, which they wouldn't have been able to, and I flipped the postcard over. The sender's name was this: Sally Krulski Young. My mother knows Doris? My mother knows where Doris lives? It was indeed a Christmas postcard, as the only message written on it was, "Merry Christmas, Sally." I quickly looked through the other cards to see if there were any others from my mother or some other person I might know. I didn't find any from anyone else I'd heard of, except one from Frank St. John and one from Randall's family. Then I checked my mother's postcard again. For the post date, it is March now. The postcard was only sent 3 months ago. I never even got a postcard from my mother this year. In fact, I never have any year. I put the postcard back in the box and went to the bathroom. As I sat on the toilet, I contemplated this find, and I wondered how my mother could know Doris well enough to send her a Christmas card. That is what I am still doing now, just without the toilet. No, when I came back from the bathroom, I did not ask Doris how she knew my mother. This would be too risky. You see, I don't think that Doris knows that Sally Krulski Young is my mother. And if I told Doris that she is, Doris might ask me,
"Then why don't you have the same last name?"
Doris doesn't know that my real name is Runii Young. She knows me as Runi Fields. I still see myself as Runii Young, but legally I am indeed Mr. Runi Fields. The name change came in what I might call my terrible 20s. After my parents left me at age 19, and also left some of their remaining money and the house, my life got a little out of hand for a long time. At first, it was really exciting to be able to have my own house paid for completely at the age of 19. I kept it half clean, rearranged everything so that the majority of the things meaningful to me were all in 2 of the second-floor bedrooms, and I even painted most of the walls in the house. But after I graduated from high school, I decided not to go on to college. I had the money to survive and pretty much do nothing all day, so that was what I did. Remember, I had already been stealing money for 2 years at this point. I had a savings. I even learned to appreciate doing nothing very much. I learned to enjoy going on walks and exploring the outdoors. I did some gardening. I was retired. Those were the days. Those days are also these days in a sense, but around the time I turned 20, I noticed that the money I had was growing thin. I thought I might be able to make it in that house for another year yet, but I knew that I had no real plans for the time after that. Sonny Kareen, who was also 20, was still living at home then. He and his parents asked me once every few months since my parents left to move in with their family if I wanted to. I was just about to take them up on the offer so I could save the rest of my money, my parents' money, for something else. Then Joe Weldon told me he needed a place to stay, so I let him live in my basement and charged him rent. The house was still technically owned by my parents, but I had no way of contacting my parents, so Joe and I handled the rent in the most basic way. He paid cash, and I didn't kick him out. I hardly noticed he was home most of the time for the first year. Then he met a guy named Mark Mandeville. I later found out that Mark Mandeville had moved into the basement, too. When I asked Joe what was going on, he said not to worry, and that he'd double the rent money he gave me every month. "No problem," he said. I was worried that he was going to start taking advantage of me, and I didn't think I'd be able to do much about it, because I've never done much about anything when it comes to personal confrontation. But he did pay me more. In fact, he already paid all the utilities easily, and Joe mowed the lawn, too. I thought I had a pretty good deal going on. Joe and Mark started having parties 2 or 3 times a week with a whole lot of people that I didn't know. It turns out that Joe and Mark didn't really know them either. When Joe turned 22, 3 weeks before I did, he started driving a brand new convertible. He said his parents bought it for him. When he turned 23, he traded it in for a newer convertible. And for some reason, the rent money kept going up. And Runii Young smiled and thought happy thoughts. I also bought myself a car. It was a used station wagon. As I was driving home in it one day, coming back from a walk in the park, I saw that Joe's car's windshield was smashed in. I parked my car in front of his, then walked into the house. I was going to walk down into the basement and ask him what had happened to his car and if he even knew it had happened. I hadn't been in the basement for a very long time, and I saw that they had changed every part of it. The whole thing was furnished and carpeted with bright colors. Wow, I thought to myself. But what I saw next would wow me even more. In the next room, I saw a naked woman and a camera, and a little too much of Mark Mandeville. I froze for a moment. Then I felt the need to leave, and I started up the stairs. At the same time, Joe started down the stairs. "Runi," he said, surprised. "Are they?" "Yeah, I can explain." I said nothing. He motioned for me to come upstairs into the kitchen. Then he told me some very interesting things about what had been going on in my home for years that I had no idea about. I stood and listened. He explained some more. I suddenly learned why I was getting so much rent money. Joe told me not to be upset. I didn't know what to say. I left the house. I walked to my car. I got into my car. I turned the key and sped off down the street. The radio was already on. On the radio was a song I'd heard many times before. The man sang these words. "That summertime so long ago, you were his, but you loved me so. You loved me so. You loved me so, Sophia. I lost a friend, and it hurt so bad to now realize what good friends I had. Where are you, Joe? Now there is no Sophia." I sighed. "I'll tell you where Joe is," I said to my radio as the song played on. "He's running a porn business out of my fucking basement." The cracks in Joe's car windshield had been made by a golf club. It was one of my grandfather's old clubs that he gave me when I was a boy. One of the porn actresses, a 21-year-old girl who used the name Zelda, had found the club in one of the back rooms in my basement. She took it outside and threw it at Joe's car. Then she was picked up in another car by a friend. All this happened while I was out taking a walk. Joe told me about this later. "Sometimes you get a girl that suddenly wants to quit the business," he explained. "And you can sort of tell when she first comes in. She'll act really inward and annoyed. Then she'll ask to leave." Then Joe said this reminded him of his old girlfriend. Kate Massenfer was acting right before they broke up. "What were you asking her to do?" I asked. He ignored that question. "But that's how I've been acting too. Every time Mark asks me to interview one of these girls beforehand, on camera, of course, I've wanted nothing to do with it," Joe said. "It's all getting to me now." "What?" I asked him. "What's getting to you? That your home is a porn studio? Or that you never told me about it?" "Runi," he said, "I'm sorry, but I don't know how this went on so long without you knowing about it. How couldn't you have noticed? What the hell have you been doing?" It was a good question. The answer to this question was that I had been working on my magnum opus, a project that I had wanted to begin since I was a child. I wanted to get full. For once in my life, I wanted to feel a real satisfaction with my first love, food. In my youth, I theorized about some kind of regenerative block of some sort of food that I could both use to conquer what Miss Millard called an oral fixation, which I think is indeed a good diagnosis, and get full without feeling sick. To myself, I called this much-anticipated development by a few different names over the years. First, it was the block. then the brick. And then I grew a bit older and a bit more poetic. I called it food finale, the final food. Now I call it a waste of time. But the idea of it remains legendary to me. My work on this project was as slow, as lazy, and as half-witted as the rest of my life had been. It all started in my teens, before my parents left me. I came up with the idea of stockpiling foods somewhere in order to personally develop the block, the brick, food finale. As I have mentioned, I had no idea where to start. So I just began by buying as many different foods as possible. I then planned to take all these different foods and find out just what it was that could cure my hunger. It was all so silly. But so was everything then. So is everything now. I thought the silliness might end someday. Not as yet. This was why I needed so much money as a teenager living with my parents. I knew that such a project would be a major financial burden. This is why I took so many years to even begin, because I had no money at all when I was young. When I was young, I never worked for it. I never even did chores around the house.
Runi,
Says a note that has oft appeared on my door.
have you ever done a chore in your life?
There are certain sacrifices that different kinds of children have to make, depending on how many siblings they have and whether they are older or younger. Oldest children may have to sacrifice their childlikeness in order to play a more parental role with younger siblings. They might take on more responsibilities, such as being the model child of the bunch. Youngest children may have to endure consistent treatment as if they are the baby of the family. Middle children may be forgotten and may have to sacrifice their identity in order to fit in between the older and younger siblings. Only children, on the other hand, often have to sacrifice any kind of training and independence, dealing with others' criticism or realizing that the very world around them wasn't designed for their every need. And that people around weren't designed for that either. I am no exception to this last part. I was never trained to acknowledge the needs of my peers. There are no peers. When I first realized I could make transactions with my parents' credit cards without them noticing, I had little guilt in my heart about it. I was never trained to feel too guilty. All I know was that for my entire life my parents went to work in the morning to earn money to keep me alive, to provide for me the basic needs of survival. The basic needs of human survival, as I have heard repeated many times, are food, clothing, and shelter. Clothing and shelter I had to a great degree of satisfaction. Food, on the other hand, well, that was the problem. I needed more and more food, especially if I was to begin my great project. I kept saying to myself, food, clothing, and shelter. Food, clothing, and shelter. When I saw my parents fighting about what they did with our family's money, I would say it again. Food, clothing, and shelter. When I saw my parents fighting, I would then add the things they were fighting over as a question. And cigarettes and gambling? These two, I told myself, were not basic needs. I do not want to get ahead of myself by getting to telling stories about my 30s, but it is so tempting to now begin just that. I've learned already that I am no good at recalling my own life in sequence, as I've learned already that I am no good at recalling my own life in sequence as it has already played out. It is much easier to make some sense of moving from year to year, not necessarily in order, and remembering it that way. It's almost as if things in my life have built upon each other, firstly, by actually happening, and secondly, by moments in my life when I remember those things and then assign meaning to them by connecting them to other moments in my life. Inside my brain, I imagine each of these events or memories if, and only if, they make some sort of sense to me, to have placed itself into a specific memory bag. Inside this memory bag, with the event or memory, are other events and memories that need to be there with it to make some sense of it and themselves. There are probably any of these bags up there in my brain, and they all differ in size. The biggest one by far is the one I am exploiting now, and I have been exploiting since I started writing this book here. There are other bags, smaller bags, but those are a different story altogether. Outside these bags, I am willing to bet, are homeless memories of events that have happened in my life. They have not yet made it into a bag. It is not because I didn't love them or didn't value or respect them. It's simply that they don't make any sense yet. Some of them have been homeless ever since they got into my brain. Those are the things that have never made sense to me. But they are remembered nonetheless. There are many of these kinds walking around, digging through trash cans, and sleeping on park benches up in my brain. However, there are some that used to have a home at one time. Some of these memories used to have a bag to call their own. Something, some idea, or some other memory from outside came and forced them out of their bag onto the streets. In my 30s, that is where I was forced out onto, too. I was out on the street. On my 30th birthday on July 14th, I was a homeless man. See, I let Joe Weldon's business survive in my basement for a bit too long. I had no idea what was really going on, or how the business really worked, and I still don't. But that is no excuse now, and was no excuse then for the ones who came from the outside to force me out of my home. The police came to my house in the fall of my 27th year on this earth. They arrested Joe, they arrested Mark Mandeville, they arrested Runii Young. The police told me that a 17-and-a-half-year-old girl had gone missing in my neighborhood. She last contacted her parents 4 months before a detective discovered that she had been living with 2 older men in a basement. That basement was the one in my house. When the police found her, they found all sorts of other things that were suspicious or illegal, and this led to many charges against Joe, Mark, and myself. I, from the beginning, plead ignorance. Joe backed me up on my claims. He's a very ignorant person, he testified at one point, I remember. Joe was a real friend. The police, if you can believe it, bought this story, and so did the judge. For a short time I returned home, aware of the news stories that had circulated about the man named Runii Young, who rented out his basement for pornography, and as a haven for runaway minors, I decided it would be wise to change my name. Thus, Runi Fields was born. Before my new name would turn 1 year old, I would be turned around and led out of my home, out of my bag, into the streets. Further investigating, it turned out, showed that I was not the legal owner of my house. My parents still were, as I told you. This looked very suspicious to authorities, and they wanted me to tell them just why my parents left. It's a long story, I said, but this, of course, wasn't good enough for them. They wanted me to explain why my mother and father suddenly left their son and their country, seemingly out of nowhere. My mother, I began one day while being questioned, was so worried about my family we were losing money. And I guess that all the worry kept building up, and then she snapped. She told me that on the way home from work one day, somebody started speaking to her. Some kind of spirit or something. She said it called itself her opposite. Go on, they requested. My mom came home and started turning the house upside down, everything upside down. When she got down to the basement, she turned this flag upside down, and she must have had some kind of breakthrough then. I remember the detective, a serious-looking man, looking straight at me without blinking. I avoided eye contact practically the whole time I was being questioned, and looked down at the floor. "What kind of breakthrough?" he asked me. Well, I began. I guess if you turn the Polish flag upside down, it becomes the flag of Indonesia. What? One of them asked. They're just the same flags, just flipped over versions of each other. And my mom knew that, because my father had been wanting to go to Indonesia since he was a little kid, I said. Why did he want to go there? The detective asked. To play gamelin, I said. Gamelin? He asked. Yes, I said, he wanted to play gamelin. Gamelin is a kind of traditional music from Indonesia, most commonly associated with the islands of Java and Bali. The music is played with different ensembles of instruments, usually made and tuned together. The tuning is much different from the tuning used to play the instruments on the radio edit of Handsome Cab's hit song Sophia, or any other hit you can think of. The detective had never heard of gamelin. My father first heard about it from his uncle Melvin Young. Uncle Melvin had pictures, of course. Those pictures, which were given to my father, were kept in the basement of our house and remained there even after my parents left. They were confiscated, along with many other things, when Joe, Mark, and I were arrested. The detective might have seen those very pictures with his own eyes. I soon learned that all of my worldly possessions were to be seized for the time being, for even more investigation. This, I was told, was all part of a bigger investigation of a countrywide pornography ring. They were trying to figure out just how much of this shady business's dealing went through the basement of the house that my parents gave me when they moved to Indonesia as a result of a major midlife crisis. They said they trusted me and the information I had given them, but a lot still didn't add up. A lot still didn't make any sense. The authorities, in other words, had little homeless bits of information floating around in their collective brain that didn't fit nicely into a bag yet. I understood. What I didn't understand at that time was why the government could put so much effort into chasing around people involved in producing and selling pornography and trying to shut down their businesses. What's the big deal? I thought. This was before knowing some of the horror stories about pornography's many ties to sex trafficking and different types of human slavery worldwide. That makes it real damn yucky. I heard about sex trafficking in India, where millions of girls, many younger than 18, lived and worked as prostitutes, were seen as temporary property, and were treated for diseases with less attention than we in America would give our own pets. All of this was either legal or allowed anyway. That's the big deal. And so my question found its answer, and together they traveled from the streets of my brain into a new home. A nice new bag was sealed shut. But what I was told next would unseat what was then the biggest bag I had, and dump all of the things I thought I knew back onto the streets with me. "Mr. Fields," they said to me, still getting used to my new name. I responded. "Yes," I said. "There will be a freeze put on all your assets until more developments are made in this case," they told me. A freeze. The money was still mine, they said, but I would have to wait to use any of it. "How long?" I asked. "How long do I have to wait?" "We don't know yet," I was told. And since I couldn't go home and I couldn't touch my money, the money my parents left me and the money Joe gave me for the rent all those years, and since they didn't make me sit in a jail cell with Joe Weldon and Mark Mandeville, I became a lost man. Perhaps I should have asked them, "Where am I supposed to go?" But I was too busy asking myself this question, and it was especially baffling to me since at 28, it was the first time I'd ever have to ask anyone, "Where am I supposed to go?" Then I met a man who had just begun to ask the exact same question. I went on a long walk with my troubles. I was thinking about my home and my friend Joe behind bars somewhere. I was thinking about my parents on the other side of the world somewhere. I was thinking about my stomach and how I hadn't eaten for hours. I thought about all the good food I had at home. I thought about how I wasn't allowed to go home. How are they going to contact me? I asked myself. How are they going to tell me I can go back home when they're done investigating? And I swore to myself that I missed some kind of detail. You've heard Joe's quote about me being an ignorant individual. Either that or the people at the police station missed something. Did they know I was just out wandering the streets? I found myself under a bridge. It was the biggest bridge in Pitdagosa. As I heard the cars drive across it from down below, I remembered something. I still had a car. In the shock of losing my home and all my money for an indefinite amount of time, I had walked right out of the police station, past my own car, down the street. This was hours before I got to the bridge. I told myself that I should start walking back to the station, get my car, and try to think of someplace that I wouldn't mind living in whatever fashion for at least day one of that indefinite amount of time. Then a voice called out to me.
"Sir?"
The voice said.
"Sir, excuse me."
I thought I was about to be kicked out of whatever place I wandered into for trespassing, which I now noticed was a gravel lot where many semi-trucks were parked. I looked around to find the source of the voice.
"Hello,"
the voice said. I saw the man now walking towards me. He was a dark-haired, dark-eyed man who looked about 50 years old. He was fat, too, like me. This man's name was Harold Espinoza. He told me so himself. He was a minister at a local Baptist church who had just lost his faith in God. He told me that, too. He also told me that he hadn't told anyone at his church about his sudden change of heart. It turns out I was the first to hear. This man had a lot of questions for me that day.
"Have you ever been witnessed to?"
he asked me. Witnessed? I asked.
"Have I ever talked to you about faith in God?"
he asked. Does this include now? I asked. I guess I had a lot of questions for him, too.
No, he said. "I mean, in the past, out on the street or something."
I'm not from this part of town, I told him.
"Oh,"
he said.
"See, over the past decade, I've walked around here and tried to get people to change their minds about God. And do you know what? I can't even seem to remember anyone's face that I talked to. Isn't that horrible?"
He continued.
"I used to walk around with a few other people from my church trying to change people's lives every week. Now, I'm just so frustrated with myself. I wanted people to listen to me, but when did I ever stop talking to listen to them?"
Not for a while, I told myself, as he was indeed a very talkative man.
"Well," he continued, "I want to be done talking. I want to be done changing people's minds."
He looked me in the eyes.
"You talk," he said. "You change my mind."
What is one to say when given such a command? This is what I said. I'm sorry, I said. What do you want me to tell you?
"I want you to tell me," he explained, "a bit of wisdom that you've learned in your life. You must have something to say. How old are you?"
28, I answered.
"All right," he said. "In 28 years of life, what is one thing you can tell me? One thing you know for sure to be true?"
And I thought about it. I don't know, sir, I said. He laughed.
"You're an honest guy," he said. "And I'd like you to know that at this moment, if you were to ask me that same question, I'd answer the same way you did."
And with this confession of common cluelessness, Harold Espinoza and I became friends. That very same day, he asked me to follow him around. He wanted to walk around and ask people on the street to give him a piece of wisdom, any piece they wanted.
"We might be able to learn something,"
he said to me.
"Hell, maybe we'll do this every day."
He asked me if I was busy. I said I wasn't, and we went walking the streets in search of wisdom that would come from the mouths of the common man. Years later, I had a memory of my walks with Harold Espinoza, and I asked Doris to give me a piece of wisdom.
"Runi," she said to me, You need to watch your weight.
I always knew Doris was an enlightened sage. Frank St. John has phoned once again, and I think I'm beginning to become friends with this man, but he wants something from me. In addition to keeping an eye on Doris, he wants me to try to persuade her into kicking her son Randall and his family out of her house. Here's why. Randall and his wife, according to Frank, are not seeking new employment anywhere, and I don't know if this is true. But Frank insists that it is. "Runi," he said on the phone, "I can't do this alone." He then made me promise I'd at least speak to Doris with an attitude that is more or less on the side of Randall and his family moving out. "Okay," I told him after he began to beg me to help him. But on one condition. I wanted something from him too. "What do you want?" he asked. "When I tell you this, if you breathe a word about this to Doris, I will tell her you told me to help get Randall kicked out," I told him. Then I revealed what I wanted. "I want you to find out," I said, "how Doris knows my mother." And with this confession of common curiosity, Frank St. John and I became friends. Friends, or co-conspirators bound by an ounce of potential blackmail? What's the difference? I've been wondering about Frank St. John's last name. It seems very odd to me, St. John. I've been trying to think of similarities, if there are any, between the man I knew, Frank, and a man Harold Espinoza told me about, St. John. Harold Espinoza told me about a lot of biblical characters. Without Harold and his wife, I never would have known anything about the Bible. I never would have pondered what kind of surface I was building my life on. I wouldn't have even thought of many things that I now habitually consider, like the idea of experiences floating around in my brain, whether in a bag or homeless. That is all Harold's idea. I don't think it is too much of a stretch to say that Harold Espinoza is my biggest influence. It's either him or my grandfather, Runii Young. About St. John, he was a prominent and important disciple of Jesus Christ. He may have written the one non-synoptic gospel account in the Orthodox Christian canon. This book was considered synoptic or similar to the other gospels for a few reasons. One reason is that it is a highly theological work emphasizing the divinity of Jesus over his humanity. Another is, in this account, Jesus does not perform exorcisms, something that is a main part of his ministry according to the other three accounts. Another is that Jesus speaks in paragraphs rather than short parables and one-line responses. St. John might have also been the one to write the book of Revelation. In this book, the end of the world is described. St. John writes that he had experienced a vision, trusted to him by God himself, and that he is to write about his vision in a book. St. John lived until he was very, very old. Maybe he was even as old as 100 before he died. Tradition says that he was kept alive this long for the vision to come to him.
People and their names, Harold Espinoza said once, sometimes have eerie similarities and hidden meanings.
So, because of that, I'm looking for signs in Frank St. John. Will he live a very, very long time? Has he been experiencing any visions? I can't help but wonder. Part 2. Perhaps I can't help but wonder because my own last name ties me to that reaction. Young. What is a young person? A child? What does a child do? Wonder. Maybe Harold Espinosa was onto something. I wonder what Espinosa means. I'll have to find out sometime. I have talked before about the influence of Harold Espinosa in my life, and now I have very much taken to his ideas. One of his ideas was that he and I start a church, a new kind of church for agnostics. He knew that I had basically inherited agnosticism from my family, principally my paternal grandfather. He also knew that he had found himself unable to abandon the practice of getting people of like mind together regularly, to talk to each other and help each other validate their own experiences. Since he has been a pastor for so long, he was very comfortable with leading people in doing such things.
Just because I've lost my faith,
he said,
doesn't mean I've lost my role.
Harold Espinosa's idea for a church service, as far as I understood, was not so much more than a group of people in a circle trying to explain how much they didn't know about everything. How are you doing today? One person might ask.
I don't know,
might say another.
How about you?
I don't know either, that first person might reply. The very idea of this made Harold smile. There was another idea that made him smile too. He had the idea to give to me, and to give to himself, new names that we would use as founders of this new church.
What was your last name again?
He asked me one day. Young, I told him. At that point, I was still not used to being legally named Fields. So this was a slip on my part. I didn't worry, though, because I had no fear about Harold thinking differently of me. If he were to find out that my home was part of a pornography scandal that was under investigation. He was so accepting. I saw him write my name on a piece of paper along with his. I wasn't really watching what he was doing because I was most likely thinking about my stomach, since the only food I was getting was food that Harold Espinosa brought me from his home, a place I'd never been to yet. In a few moments, Harold announced that he had come up with the new names we would both use as founders of the new agnostic church he was planning.
I,
he announced,
shall be known as Sharia Nezpodol. And you, Runi, shall be known as Guru Yenon.
And so I became a guru of another man's lack of faith. I asked Harold what these new names meant.
I don't know,
he answered. He was lying. He knew, and I figured out soon after that Sharia Nezpudul and Guru Yin Yan were simply anagrams for Harold Espinosa and Runii Young. Since Harold claimed to not know what the names meant, this may be considered the first esoteric teaching of his new church.
Now, all we need,
said Harold,
is some scripture.
he was serious. When I was 20 years old, around the time I was considering moving in with Sonny Corrine and his family, my grandfather, Runii Young, passed away. He had a massive heart attack, just like the one my father had. And just like the one I expect myself to have sometime in the future. The heart attack killed him, and just as it might me. At my grandfather's funeral, his two brothers got up in front of the church to speak about him. Herman, his brother Melville began, was one of a kind. I've spent my whole adult life traveling the world, photographing the faces of all kinds of different people. Many of these people from completely different places often showed the same kinds of emotions on their faces. Happiness, sadness, anger, love, disbelief. Many things can be seen worldwide in a similar fashion just by looking at the faces of fellow human beings. But the face my brother Herman gave me when I'd come back home to see the family, a face that said to me, "Quit looking so damned serious, Melvin," is one that I've never seen in anyone else. Maybe it's because he was my brother, I don't know. But I could always think of that face wherever I was in the world and feel at home. Thank God for that face. Thank God for my brother Herman. And then their brother Stephen got up to speak. The only memories I have of Stephen were of him arguing with my grandfather. When he got up to speak, it was almost as if he wanted to give his one last argument. The last line in a long dialogue between the two of them. Herman, he spoke to him directly, as many people do at funerals. You told me that there was never such a thing as a good explanation. Well, I think as long as you can make sense of something, it should count as a good explanation. Since you've gone, I've been trying to explain to myself what my relationship with you has been for. Well, I might have it. Even though I'm sure you disagree, your purpose in my life, and probably a lot of others' lives, is to be a constant challenge to all poor explanations, the ones that don't make sense, that we humans are so willing to accept. You argued with me not so that I would abandon all the explanations I gave that didn't make sense. That's it. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it does to me. After my grandfather's funeral, I was given something that would play a great role in my life, only I didn't know it until nearly a decade later. It was a book, and that book was moved from here to there over the years, eventually ending up in the trunk of my station wagon. It was the same copy of the same book that Harold Espinosa would spot in the trunk of that car, while looking for a place to fit a paper bag full of groceries that he had just bought for me to eat. It was the same book that he would soon proclaim the core scripture codex of his agnostic church. The book was The Lifting of Mean by J. Ian Fields. Doris has just stopped by to tell me of yet another dinner party she will be having soon. Her dinners are getting more frequent. I think she might be looking for ways to entertain her son and his family since they are still living there. But I have just narrowly avoided drawing suspicion from Doris. When she knocked on my door, I was on the phone with Frank. He had just asked me if I had spoken with Doris about Randall when I told him in haste, "She's at the door." My stomach and I have once again agreed to attend Doris's next party. We've also decided not to call Frank back. We will wait for him to call. This had also been the case with my parents' phone calls to me since they left. I have never called them. I have always waited for them to call me. Maybe it is because I am stubborn. Maybe it is because I never wanted to admit to them how much I thought I needed them or how much I missed them. I have never been able to tell people how much they really mean to me, or how much I thought I needed them, or how much I missed them. I have never been much of a person who showed appreciation or affection, even if I felt it. No. In the face of moments when I have been excited, or when I felt that it would be an appropriate time to proclaim enthusiasm for something, my face has remained steadily blank, so that no one has ever known what I've really been feeling. I've been told that this ability to keep face, to appear strong even in weakening situations, is all part of being a man. Be a man, I've heard many men say. I can keep my face straight, I can appear strong, but I'm no more of a man than those who can't. I'm just a boy who has learned to blank out in order to avoid embarrassment. There are some things that my expressionless face has made me good at, though it has made me a good liar. It has made me a good actor. It has made me a good example of exactly what human beings are capable of becoming. I don't mean to be so down. I'm really not down in the least. Although my face would probably tell a completely different story. When my mother and father would call me, each time I would get a little bit more of their story, their explanation as to why they left. As I understood now, my father's gambling addiction started with a childhood dream of his. The same dream that eventually uprooted him and his wife and sent them to Indonesia. He wanted to purchase an ensemble of gambling instruments that he had found in a curiosity shop in West Pitanagosa. He must have somehow brought up his desire to buy them to a colleague at work. This colleague then told him of a sure way to wager a small amount of money for a definite big return. My father believed it. The wager did not return a large sum of money to my father. In fact, he quickly got involved in some very, very high-risk bets to make his money back. This, I'm sure, is a very common introduction to the world of gambling. If I had known that my father's reason for gambling was to have enough money to buy a gambling ensemble so that he could personally hit a handmade instrument with a tiny hammer in order to produce a beautiful sound, maybe I wouldn't have reacted the way I did. Maybe I wouldn't have begun stealing money from them. But I guess I never cared enough to ask why. And if I had known, for instance, that my mother started smoking because of the pain of giving birth to Runii Young, a watermelon of a baby, had so intensely endured months after I was born, I might have not reacted the way I did. If I had known the truth, maybe if my parents could have told me and each other why they acted the way they did, why they spent the money they did the way that they spent it, things might be a lot different. We might still be a family. But they never told why. They never made sense of it. They never explained. They kept their faces straight. Years after they left me alone in the house they raised me in, I finally confess to them what I had done as a teenager. I didn't know if they knew about it or even suspected it. This is how it began. One day, upon a pile of soon-to-be shredded documents, I found a credit card statement. This was the first time I saw how bills worked, and how certain charges were listed as coming from certain companies. The idea didn't come to me all at once, but when I figured out which lines on the credit card bill went to my mother's cigarettes and my father's gambling, I found out they used credit to fund both of these things. I begun to steal, and I remember I was buying food. That's what I was doing, providing for myself a basic need. This was my justification. This never would have worked if I did not find out that my mother ordered over the phone a large amount of cigarettes at one time from a company called Allmart Co. It also wouldn't have worked if I didn't know that my father began investing in something called AGL, which was probably a pyramid scheme. Allmart Co. was the same company that owned a food specialty store that carried caviar and rare game meats, among other expensive items, across town. I had no idea what AGL stood for, but I knew that it shared its initials with the American Grocery League, which owned a gigantic supermarket across town, right next to the Allmart Co. store. So, when my parents discovered additional purchases on the bill that I made, since the credit card itself was easy enough to borrow one or the other, since there were two copies, they would first accuse each other, and I have described the manner in which that occurred. They would yell at each other and then back off. Soon they backed off for good. One thing I didn't realize that I was doing horribly wrong was buying things at impossible times. There was a timestamp along with each purchase, and many of them happened while the person supposedly making purchases would have been at work. But they didn't seem to notice the times. Had they never thought about it for long enough to become suspicious whether it was really their spouse spending the money? This was something I didn't understand. But by the time I noticed, my parents were already starting to finally move past their great time of silence into their next stage of action. My parents signed up for a class on Tuesday nights called How to Live Without Money. The class was free to all who attended, and was an experiment designed and taught by Wallace Fields, the millionaire grandson of J. Ian Fields. Small world, I would say again. It is not a small world, J. Ian Fields write in the Uplifting of Mean, the scripture of the church of a man who called himself Sharia Nespodal. Sharia Nespodal, a name I never used to address my friend Harold Espinoza with. Used to read from the Uplifting of Mean while leading services at his agnostic church. Many people over the course of history, he would read aloud from the book, have tried to keep themselves safe by following just a little bit of several religious traditions, so that they can feel generally safe when it comes to the question of heavenly rewards versus damnation, karma, prayer, meditation, and moderation, and so on. They have tried to solve their great questions of religious significance by covering all the bases, so to speak. And then he would read the next line, which became as popular and as often read and memorized by his agnostic community as John 3:16 was to the evangelistic community. where he used to belong. It was a baseball metaphor. To that I say, the book read, why cover all the bases when you can stay home? I can honestly admit that even though I was named a guru of Harold Espinosa's agnostic church, and that my grandfather was an agnostic, and that he admired the writing of J.N. Fields, an agnostic, and that my parents were agnostic and raised me that way, I have never been too sure about agnosticism. I have been positively agnostic about agnosticism. I feel that I should actually be able to be quite sure that God does, in fact, exist. Without a God in heaven guiding my steps this whole time, how could I have survived? Without working, without thinking too much, without making too many decisions, I sit here in my living room. At 44 years of age, completely and utterly taken care of. What more proof do you need for faith? But just how many people who probably don't know what to think about God have certain biblical verses that have proved meaningful to them? So do I. Someone who might know what to think about God have a meaningful agnostic verse. It was that same one that many people come to know because of my friend Harold Espinosa's church, which went like this. To that I say, why cover all the bases when you can stay home? I have even made that my official scriptural verse for doing something I do every day, which is to enjoy the presence of one of my favorite technological advances, the reclining chair. And I recite the line once through to myself, then repeat the last two words a few more times as I recline. Stay home, I said. Stay home, stay home. I am tempted to believe that those words have been the guideline for my whole life since I was a boy. But this, of course, cannot be so, since I never paid much attention to what was written in the Lifting of Mien until Harold Espinosa made it the core spiritual codex of his church, when I was already 30 years old and, in fact, homeless. Stay home would have meant little to me at that time, since I was living in my car. But it would have been a great companion to me as a child and as a teenager and in my 20s, when all I did was stay home trying to create the food finale. As I have said, this proved to be mostly a big waste of time. I never found the block. I never found the brick. I never found the food finale. And I'm still a very fat, very hungry man. But something happened recently that has my 28-year-old self, who abandoned his lifelong project to find a food that could make me full once and for all, would have never believed. I have reawakened that project. It is now in stage 2. Stage 1 is how I refer to the 28 years of research done by my younger self, before I was removed from my own home and turned to the streets. The idea of stage 2 is just as desperate and silly sounding as the idea of stage 1. Stage 1's idea was to find a food or combination of food that I could eat and get comfortably full without feeling sick. Stage 2's idea is to eat one kind of food so much over and over until I cannot stand it anymore. When I accomplish that, when I just cannot bear to eat one more bit of it, I declare the food, as I say out loud to myself, extinct. I am aware that this is a very silly and unhealthy decision. I am also aware that I have made many other silly and unhealthy decisions in my life. I am not aware that any of these silly and unhealthy decisions has, as of yet, killed me. I got the idea for Stage 2 back when I was being fed by Harold Espinosa, my only source of food for most of my 30s. There was one food that appeared so often in the meals provided to me, in the beginning mostly prepared by Harold's wife, whom I seldom met, that I ate so much I began to truly despise. After Harold separated from his wife, after finally admitting his change of heart and change of parish, the food appeared there as well. And I never thought that this food would ever become so hated because it was my absolute favorite as a child. When I would prepare for myself dozens of tortillas, it was there. When I would fall asleep in a greasy haze, it was usually there with me in my stomach. It was my old friend, provolone cheese. I ate it so much in my 30s that I'll never eat it again. So it is no longer a threat to my weight. It will never again make me, by overeating, feel so sick. And I knew this was about to happen. This sudden threshold breach of preference for a food one day when I was 37. So on that day, I imagined that I was the man who was about to shoot the last dodo bird, or the layer of earth that would encase the last trilobite. I knowingly ate my last piece of provolone cheese. Extinct. I have heard stories of authors crying when they kill off a major character in their book. Right now, I will admit, I am not exactly dry-eyed. If there were any tears when Harold Espinosa separated from his wife, I was not around at the time to see them. Pastor Harry, as he was known at the East Pitanagosa Baptist Church, had been carrying on his duties as pastor and as husband to his wife Mary Lou even after he lost his faith. He tried to act as he had been acting for a decade, leading Bible study, giving sermons, and providing counsel to the members of his church. "I was waiting for a good time," he told me, "to tell everyone that I lost my faith, but there's never a good time for that in a church." Harold said that he was becoming comfortable with his doubts about religion, but that he by no means wanted to drag anyone out of the faith with him. "Religion really does matter to some people," he told me. "It really makes some people happy. It's probably even good for them in the end. But for me, it's not good. I was never happy when I thought about some things like predestination." Predestination was the idea that before the dawn of time, God selected which human beings would experience eternal bliss after they died, a physical death. This predestination, in many religious traditions, had little to do with how a person acted during his or her time on earth. Some denominations acknowledged that if God predestined some to heaven, he was in effect predestining the rest to hell, to eternal fire, after they died. Others did not acknowledge this. Within Harold Espinosa's Baptist Church, half the congregation believed in single predestination, that God selected some for heaven, and the other half believed in double predestination, that God selected some for heaven and some for hell. This is what he told me.
I was always looking at people and trying to guess whether or not they were one of the predestined, one of the elect.
Harold remembered.
Because if they weren't one of the elect, it was probably unwise for me to even be around them. But then I started to think, what if I'm not one of the elect? This thought took the life out of many of my days.
A lot of all of this came from a few sentences written down nearly 2,000 years ago by St. Paul of Tarsus, a man who claimed he was an apostle of Jesus Christ after supposedly seeing him in a vision. Here are a few sentences. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be firstborn among many brethren, Paul writes. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called, and whom he called, them he also justified, and whom he justified, them he also glorified. What shall we then say to these things? Thomas Paine, an author and intellectual who was one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, had something to say to those things. I shall go to the roof at once, wrote Thomas Paine in what may have been his last letter, addressed to the ministers of the Calvinistic Church who subscribed to the idea of double predestination, and say that the whole passage is presumption and nonsense. Harold Espinosa was reading Thomas Paine at the time of his loss of faith. I must clarify that Thomas Paine was not actually responding to Romans 8:29 through the first half of Romans 8:31, which is what I quoted. He was actually responding to Romans 9:18 through 21, verses that provide arguments for the verses I quoted. In my defense, I don't think Thomas Paine liked either passage. When Thomas Paine died in 1809, only 6 people attended his funeral. When my grandfather, Herman Young, died, over 60 people attended his funeral. Both of them were known to criticize and ridicule Christianity, which explains the tiny attendance at the funeral of Mr. Paine. My grandfather had 10 times the attendance, which suggests to me that whatever Thomas Paine was trying to accomplish in the country, by saying the things he did, might have eventually worked. There was even a quote from Thomas Paine spoken at my grandfather's funeral. It was spoken by me. My grandfather had told me to say it at his funeral a few years before he died. It was this: If there be trouble, let it be my day, that my child may have peace. This kind of selfless wish, one well regarded by many people I have known, would become one analyzed to some degree by me as I was trying to explain my place in the world. I have to admit, I have never considered myself to be a fully dedicated, genuine seeker of truth. Any truth in my actions or words must have first sought me. Otherwise, I cannot explain our meeting as anything more than pure coincidence. If my ancestors really had been motivated in everything by the idea of creating or preserving the best possible world for their children, when I wondered, was somebody actually going to sit back and enjoy the world for once? And I have many times in my life come to the conclusion of the selfish man, that I am the very same child that has been given the best possible world to live in. I told myself that not realizing this, but rather working in improving still the world for my own child to live, would be a waste of all my ancestors' hard work. It is still hard for me to shed this attitude, although I do feel guilty at times. Perhaps I should have had children. Perhaps if I did, a switch in my head would have finally turned and led me down a less selfish road. But I did not have children, or should say I haven't had children yet. I am reminded now of the saying, a baby changes everything. I've been a baby my whole life, and I'm not sure just what kind of change I've brought to this world. Besides, turned my parents into adults, flipping the switches in their minds to less selfish lives. Sometimes I notice someone my age, or just a little younger or a little older, who is definitely still a baby, as I am. Those people can usually tell I'm still a baby, too. We lock eyes and smirk, making sure none of the adults around us ever see us do it. I have once again attended another dinner party, Doris's. The whole neighborhood was there, it seemed. Randall and his family were there, of course. I was there, of course. Leonard Scipio, his wife Rosamond, his daughter Julie, and his son Anthony were there. Frank St. John was there, and the newcomers, the Blakes. Husband Blaine and wife Beth and 7 children I can never remember the names of. Made it an overstuffed house. It was wonderful for me, as I could sit back in my chair in the corner, eat the delicious salmon that Doris had made, and just listen. Listen to the conversation about all the Blake family's little children aged 14 months to 6 years. Only once was I spoken to as Beth Blake in good conversation asked me what I have done for a living. What an embarrassing and unfieldable question this always was for me. Luckily, Doris answered it.
He's retired,
She said.
He used to work for a church.
Oh, how nice.
Leonard Scipio frowned, knowing more of the truth than what Doris has simply stated. He always frowned when he heard about what I had done with my life. However, his wife Rosamond, making sure no one saw it, looked over at me, looked into my eyes, and smirked. I smirked back. Rosamond Scipio was a baby too, like me. Here's what I know about Rosamond Scipio. She is the youngest of 3 daughters. Her middle name is Anne. Her parents, whose names I have forgotten, were rich. Her father was part owner of a restaurant chain in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. When she was 16, she ran away from home and made it all the way to San Marino, California before her parents tracked her down and bought her a plane ticket to come back home to Pittsburgh. She left home because she wanted to find the perfect place to live for when she became an adult, or so she claimed. Where was the perfect place?
Oh,
Rosamond told us all once around the dinner table.
There is more than one perfect place for me.
One of those places, she reported, was Kansas City, Missouri. She liked the architecture there. Another place was San Marino, California, where she was stopped by police at the age of 16. Her parents had police looking for her all over the country. Another one of those places was here in Pittsburgh, Wisconsin. She moved here 20 years ago after marrying Leonard, whom she met at St. Louis University in St. Louis, Missouri. She majored in graphic design. Leonard majored in physics. Leonard moved back home and took a job at the Lake Michigan International Machine Parts Plant in Pittsburgh, and did little with degree other than let it raise his pay in minor fashion. Rosamond never did anything with her degree. 1 week after the 2 graduated from university, Rosamond found out she was pregnant. So, She gave birth to a son, Anthony, after moving in with Leonard into the same house they live in now. She stayed at home and raised Anthony. Then she gave birth to her daughter, Julie. She stayed at home and raised 2 children. She never took a job. She has actually never worked a day in her life, like me. That is what I know about Rosamond Scipio. Now, when I say that Rosamond Scipio has never worked a day in her life, I mean that she has never been officially employed by a company. I do not mean to claim that raising 2 children is not work. Certainly it is. So, Rosamond Scipio is not nearly the bomb that I am, but I do consider her to be on my side, unlike her husband. Her husband frowns when someone brings up Rosamond's fleeing from home when she was 16. In her less wise years, he says, Rosamond hates this. She also hates how he refers to her choice of study in college. A good idea, he says, before you grow up. I must admit that I myself have a little crush on Rosamond Scipio. I would like for her to come over to my house and roll around on the floor with me as if we were dogs. Would that be strange now that we're both in our 40s? Or now that she's married? I remember the last woman I seriously wanted to roll around on the floor with. I met her in my 30s when I was traveling around the city with Harold Espinosa while using the name Guru Young. Like I said, Harold and I would walk around town asking people for a little wisdom, a little advice, if they would be so kind as to give it to us. Harold was doing it, he said, to inquire about the meaning of life and to find out what people thought it was. I was doing it just because I needed something to do, being homeless and waiting for the government to give me my house and money back. Well, one day we encountered a woman sitting on the steps of the Lake Michigan International Building, where Leonard Scipio had found a career. She was looking down the street, perhaps waiting for a bus. As we approached her, she spoke to us first.
What do you want?
She asked us.
We just wanted to ask,
said Harold.
If 2 men were to approach you on the street and ask you to give them some wisdom, what would you say to them? What would I say to them?
The woman asked.
I'd tell them both to get a damn job.
With our experience, we knew that this was not an uncommon response. Okay, said Harold, as I hardly ever spoke when we were out about town.
We already have jobs. Oh, yeah?
She asked.
What do you do? Well,
said Harold,
I'm Sharia Nespodo, founder of Pitnagosa Agnostic Assembly, and this is Guru Young, co-founder. You sound like a bunch of idiots,
she said.
You don't know,
replied Harold,
how right you are.
This woman, who we met sitting in front of the Lake Michigan International Building, had just lost her job. Harold would end up getting her a new job, and then after that, I myself would find her another job as a caretaker for a man with special needs, which is still how she makes a living to this day. But sometimes it is hard to offer someone a job who really doesn't like being helped out.
No,
she said to Harold.
No, don't worry about me. Worry about yourselves. Your friend here looks like a homeless man. He is, in fact,
Harold replied,
but he's taken care of. He had better be,
the woman said.
He looks like he'd never make it on his own.
I might not, I said.
You take care of him,
the woman said to Harold while pointing at me.
I have a son who looks a lot like him. My son's not so fat or pathetic looking, but he's got no idea of independence. Whose fault is it? I don't have time to think about that. Who cares? Just promise me you'll take care of your friend."
"I promise," said Harold.
"What's his real name?"
she asked Harold.
"Runi," I told her myself. "What's your name?"
"Doris Hartwell,"
the woman said. And Doris became the treasurer, secretary, and common sense behind the Pitnanagosa Agnostic Assembly, a church I passively co-founded. She actually made some money while Harold took no salary. And I worked for Provolone Cheese. Within the assembly, Doris went by the name Worldliest Raw, another of Harold Espinosa's anagrams. She had an office next to him in the building we eventually acquired for church meetings. Doris, although she in practice was promoting the messages Harold was spreading, believed not one word of it.
"You know this is all bullshit,"
she asked me one day. "I know," I said, "I know."
"You know, so 2 of the 3 heads of this stupid church don't believe anything that's being taught here?"
she asked me. "I suppose it's fitting," I said, "being an agnostic church and all."
"So why are we here?"
she asked. "What else is there to do?" I asked back. This reminds me of a question I used to ask myself in those days. Why did Harold choose me? I used to ask. Why did Harold choose me to be co-founder of his new religious institution? That was before he provided the answer, of course.
"You know,"
said Harold to me one day,
"there was an awful bad habit we had, we evangelists. While evangelizing, we would do this. And we would teach each other to do it. It worked all the time, but it wasn't exactly fair. We'd go up to the loneliest looking people, the ones sitting on the park benches by themselves or walking alone in parking lots. Those were the people we preferred to speak to, and those were the people we taught our followed to speak to first. We said they had the best shot at an easy conversation. And I'm sorry, Runi, but that's why I spoke to you right after I lost my faith. Like I said, I lost my faith, but I didn't lose my role. I didn't lose my habits. Habits are harder to kick than beliefs, you know.
I've always found that funny.
Runi,
Harold said to me,
I'm sorry I took advantage of your loneliness.
Whatever, I said. What else is there to do? I found another note on my door.
Runi!
It reads,
Frank St. John is missing. Have you spoken to him lately?
I wonder where he could have gone. I last saw him at Doris's house at dinner the last time she had seen him. That was several days ago. He hasn't called me since then either. Maybe he has found an exciting new place to walk his cats. I am aware that I have been telling this story completely out of order, and I have realized that I left out a very important association between 2 characters in this story that are actually the same person. Dr. Mellard, the psychiatrist from my school as a child, had a midlife crisis, became an evangelical Christian, abandoned psychology, and married Pastor Harold Espinosa, the then minister at the Pitnanagosa Baptist Church. She became Dr. Mary Lou Espinosa, though she never liked being called doctor any more once she became a Christian. It's always quite a shock when you find out that 2 of the characters in your life story are actually the same person. I remember one time, Mark Blair, a guy I went to school with, found out that Zilka Morose, the foreign exchange student that he had just met and impregnated with a child, was the same Zilka Morose that was dating my cousin, Sonny Corrine. But they called her Zilka, said Mark Blair when I told him she had been seeing Sonny. Sonny said, I thought it was pronounced Silky. Then he sat down in a chair and stayed still for a long time. Sometimes it takes a long time for your brain to take the memory bags of what it believed belonged to two different people and repack it into one new bag. It's almost as if your brain has to dump all of its memories from the two people onto a table and start from scratch figuring out who they are. When the memories were finally set where they needed to be, Mark Blair began to speak again. Oh, God, he said. Sonny just bought a plane ticket to go see Silka's family in Poland with her, didn't he? Yes, he did, I told him. They've gotten to be very serious. I have mentioned Mark Blair earlier in this book and how he impregnated a girl when he was 17, before he stopped wetting his own bed. Then he got married to his girlfriend. His girlfriend was Kate Massenfer, a girl who had kissed me one night in the woods before I told her to look past the moon to China. Kate dated everybody. She only married Mark Blair. She never found out about the baby he helped knit together in Silka Morose's stomach. I could have told her, but I kept my mouth shut. I kept my face straight. My cousin, Sonny Corrine, took care of that baby after it came out of Silka's stomach, and before she left with it back to Poland. Sonny did not use the plane ticket he bought to go with her. The relationship had ended. Luckily, his cousin Runi eventually refunded Sonny in a way by giving him some money that had been previously earned by a small-scale production center for pornographic films. I was trying to give away a lot of my money then, since I had so much. I remember trying to think of ways people had been duped out of money, so I could reimburse these dupings. I gave money to Sonny after Silka left. I gave money to my grade school after there was a fire in the science lab. I gave money to the mayor of Pitanagosa after his son had committed suicide, which I can't imagine really helped anything. I tried to reimburse the big one, too. I tried to pay my parents back for all the money I'd stolen, but they wouldn't take it. I tried to send it to them in Indonesia. They wouldn't even give me an address. But why? Why? I'd ask them over the phone. Mom, Dad, I stole money from you. I stole money every week for years. I made you two fight more and more with each other. I made you both go crazy and move out on me. Runi, they'd say, we love you. Dr. Mary Lou Mellard, who would soon become Dr. Mary Lou Espinosa, converted to Christianity while still employed as a psychologist at my school. I remember my first meeting with her after she must have converted. I went to her office, as the school required me to my whole time there, just as I always did, and began to prepare for 20 or 30 minutes of advice on how to be a better Runii Young. But I didn't get that this time. She talked to me 20 or 30 minutes about how she was sorry. How she regretted trying to correct me all those years when she was the one who needed correcting. Runi, she said to me, I owe you only apologies. I have always spoken to you with prescriptions of behavior that I learned from books, written by men that I'd read. You don't have to take my advice anymore, and I won't make you come see me anymore. I was shocked, and I was suspicious that this was some kind of test, and that she would gauge my reaction, then revert back to her old self. But she never did, not then, not in my next meeting with her, not even when I met her again years later as her husband was leaving her.
Runi,
She repeated.
you don't have to come see me anymore.
Then I thought about what it would be like without my meetings with Dr. Millard. I'd have to rejoin gym classes or art classes, depending on which day of the week it was. I thought about the new kind of person Dr. Millard was becoming. Dr. Millard, I said, I'd like to keep coming to see you, and I did. She told me in the following few meetings about the New Testament of the Bible. She told me about Jesus and Peter and Paul and John the Baptist. But she did not prescribe behavior to me.
I can't go after the speck in your eye,
She said.
until I get rid of the plank in my own.
That is when I started to consider some of the words of Jesus. Whether or not there was a plank in my eye and what kind of foundation I was building my house on, I still think about that stuff. I noticed, she said, plank. She must have been reading the New International Version. Harold Espinosa used to say beam. He was reading the King James Version. I wonder which one they used after they got married. Joe Weldon was raised Catholic. In their Bible, it was translated as log. In the Amplified Bible, it was timber. And there are some Bibles that avoid translating literally, so there are no planks, beams, logs, or even timbers. Here is one called The Message that translates thusly. Don't pick on people, jump on their failures, criticize their faults, unless, of course, you want the same treatment. That critical spirit has a way of boomeranging. It's easy to see a smudge on your neighbor's face and be oblivious to the ugly shear on your own. Do you have the nerve to say, let me wash your face for you, when your own face is distorted by contempt? It's this whole traveling road mentality all over again. Playing a holier-than-thou part instead of just living your part. Wipe that ugly sneer off your face, and you might be fit to offer a washcloth to your neighbor. I think that's good advice. The Lifting of Mean has its own version of this, too. See some broccoli in someone's teeth? It reads, your whole head is a broccoli, silly. See some ham? Your whole body is a ham. I'm glad I wasn't hearing about verses from The Message all along, though. Otherwise, I would have claimed that I was building my life's house on my parents' face sneers. That'd be a terrible foundation. I have found another unsuitable foundation for a home. Spines. I was just watching a public television program about last names in America and how, since there are so many different languages names used, most people don't even know the meaning of their own last name, which is a unique feature of America. How interesting. What does this have to do with spines? That's what Harold Espinosa's last name means, full of spines. I don't know exactly how this applies to Harold himself, but his church home, the one I co-founded, collapsed after Harold's death. Doris and I decided to end the church's run. And since that was right around the time I got all my money and my house back, we had somewhere else to go. I bought 2 houses on the complete opposite side of Pitanagosa from my first house. One was for me and one was for Doris. I have mentioned before that I got Doris a job taking care of a man with special needs. It may be easy to guess that that man is me. Doris works for me. She is my employee. No one but Doris and I know that this is so. Her family and friends and Frank St. John think that she made enough money at Pitanagosa Agnostic Assembly to retire. Knowing what actually happened there, I laugh. The Pitanagosa Agnostic Assembly, in its entire 8-year run, probably only had 8 or 9 members consistently in attendance. Many people just came once and never returned. They just didn't get it. Neither did Doris and I, so we closed it down, but my memories of that place are still very nice ones. Here was the routine. At 9 a.m., Harold and I would begin to walk around the city asking people for wisdom and advice. After just a few years of this, I got tired of it and just sat around in my car or went somewhere else. Doris went out a few times with Harold, but he preferred that she didn't.
"She knows too much," he said. "What a terrible agnostic."
I guess she had been giving people advice rather than taking it. I saw that same advice benefited me, so I eventually hired her as a caretaker and moved her in next door to me, as I have said. At around noon, Harold would get back to the church, which we didn't call a church, until Harold began asserting that we do so in the assembly's 3rd year. Sometimes he would bring people back with him if they sparked a good conversation and wanted to meet other people who didn't claim to know much about anything, so they could feel comfortable in knowing that there were other people out there that didn't have a clue, and that was okay. Harold would usually bring back food for me, too. In the afternoon, there would be an informal meeting of whomever came consistently and whomever Harold had brought back. Some of the people were homeless, and I became concerned that they were only there because Harold would sometimes feed them. I began to get angry at them. Then I remembered. It's easy to see a smudge on your neighbor's face and be oblivious to the ugly smear on your own. And of course I was homeless too, just as they. And I didn't want to become part of this whole traveling roadshow mentality all over again.
"Well, let them bring the show to us,"
said Harold. People hardly brought the show. They usually just brought the idle hands, bored brains, and hungry stomachs. It's a wonder that Doris, being such a provider, didn't want to keep the church open after Harold died.
"One at a time!"
I have just heard her yell from next door. I think she just answered my question about why she didn't want to continue with the church. She is a provider of quick answers, too. I have again taken some good time off from writing to concentrate on stage 2 of my life's work, eating certain foods until I cannot bear to eat them anymore. Due to the past few days, I may now truthfully say that I will never again eat cottage cheese and corn chips. Extinct. I told another fat guy who I was talking to at the truck rental place where I rent my trucks to transport pallets of food to my house from the warehouse I keep across town, about my new diet strategy. "You can't be serious," he said. "I understand getting tired of a food for a while if you eat too much, but not forever. You'll eventually have to taste it again." "Not the way I eat," I told him. In these past few days, I have thought about the state of my autobiography, that which I am writing, and have been reminded of my grandfather, Runii Young. He tried to write an autobiography, too. He told me how difficult he found it.
Having to write about your own life,
He told me,
is a chore in itself. Then you're tempted to assign some kind of meaning to what's happened so far, which is another chore. Then you realize that it's so much easier and more interesting to tell stories about other people and write down what other people have said. If there's any meaning, it's in those stories, in those people, and in those things said. And then you get to a point where you realize that the life you're living at the time, in the moment you're writing, is just as important as the whole accumulation of the rest of your life. And since it's so hard to tell your life in order with any sort of meaning, you have to use what's happening in the present to give your story some movement. If it doesn't move, it won't mean anything to you. If it doesn't mean anything to you, you'll never finish it. If you never finish it, you'll feel like you've never made sense of anything in your life. Does that make any sense to you?
I am at the point of writing my autobiography where I am realizing that I can't find anything interesting about myself. I guess if there's something, I can't be the one to determine what it is. Someone else would have to. So I think about the other people who have told stories about me.
He used to work for a church,
Doris told Leonard Scipio the other day. That's nice, but it's not what it seems, as I have already explained.
He has an oral fixation.
Pre-conversion, Mary Lou Millard told my parents.
Don't tease him, said Rosamund Scipio at dinner once. Leonard, he's an innocent man.
That was about me, not exactly true either. Rosamund has always been so kind to me, that baby. Babies stick together. And since this is also the time in the autobiography process where I have to figure out just who I'm writing to, I have been thinking about that too. And I think I found my answer. I think I'm writing all of this for Rosamund Scipio to read. Doris won't appreciate this book, as she will no doubt claim that she is too busy to read it, and I don't care much for publishing this anyway, since I already have enough money to live for decades. But I'd like Rosamund to read it, and I'd like her to tell me if her life was anything like mine. I want to know how much we have in common. Is that the wrong reason to write an autobiography? And I will try to clarify. I do not want to come between Rosamund and her husband, Leonard. It is not my place. I do not want to compete to be the man in her life. I am not much of a man, admittedly. I do not want to get involved in anything, really. I just want to know if Rosamund and I have similar life experiences. Because when I look at her, and she looks at me, my God, this is so awkward and silly for a 44-year-old man to say. I feel as if we have lived the same life, and we are looking at life now with the exact same eyes, seeing the things and thinking the exact things about them. Maybe she is across the street right now writing her life story and hoping I'll read it. Maybe she'll be the one to tell all about the interesting things about me, although I can't imagine she knows much. But that's why I'm writing it all down. Another note on the door.
Runi?
It reads,
Randall and his family are leaving. Frank is still gone.
Looks like it will be just Doris and me like it was only a year ago. That will be nice. That will be peaceful. But what will there be to write about? How will I finish my book if I don't have a story in the present to move all the other stories along? How is anything supposed to make sense if there aren't people around to remind me of other people? People that did and said things and have thus far dominated my life story. I guess I might be left to find out. I remember feeling like this after my parents left me. Nothing was making sense to me, and there was no one around to remind me of some of the sensible things in life. Luckily, Joe moved in with me, and I at least had someone living downstairs while I was stockpiling food, trying to put together the brick. But I don't know what's going to happen now. If Randall and his family are gone, and Frank St. John has run off somewhere else, Doris might go look for him. I wouldn't doubt it. Then no one will be around. Who will keep me company, the Scipios? I can't just let someone move in with me and start another porn studio in my basement. I just can't. I won't. Perhaps I am overreacting. I do this a lot. I overreact. But I don't think anyone knows I do it, since I always keep a straight face. I'm such a good actor. But I'm no good at lying to myself. Frank has called me. Not only have I overreacted, but I have underreacted to things that have been going on right under my nose.
Runi, Frank has just said over the telephone. Runi, thank you so much. Thank you for getting Randall to move out. I haven't even spoken to Doris about it or anything. Runi, continued Frank, you did your part, so I did mine. I found out how Doris knows your mother.
Part 3. Tell me how, I yelled through the phone.
Runi, he said, your mother has been looking for you for a few years now. She somehow got a hold of Doris and began to mail her postcards and letters to try to find out if Runii Fields, who lived next door, was actually her son Runii Young.
I didn't know what to tell him.
Is that right, Runi? He asked. You used to be named Runii Young?
That's right, I said.
Wow, said Frank St. John. This has been such an interesting undertaking. I feel like I could have been a detective all this time. You should have seen me.
Frank, I said, what does my mother want from me?
Oh,
he said,
she's coming to see you. She's supposed to get on a plane sometime next week.
She's coming back? I asked.
Yes,
said Frank. Why is she coming back? I asked.
I don't know, he said. She didn't say. All she said was that she bought a plane ticket to Mirara, that she'll be coming into Pindagosa next week, and that she found out something important about a man named Julius Olam.
Julius Olam? I asked.
Yeah, Frank said. Do you know him?
Yes, I said, but I haven't heard that name in 20 years. Julius Olam, who was actually mentioned once before in this book, was my grandfather Herman's brother Melvin's freelance photography partner. Olam, I had heard, had been sailing in a boat off the coast of Thailand in 1976, when he was captured by the Khmer Rouge and executed. It was front-page news. My grandfather's brother Melvin was not with him at the time, as they had been split up, running their own businesses independently for a few years by then. Melvin almost quit photographing after this happened, and because of it, he never returned to Southeast Asia. Frank also told me on the phone that he has been hiding in Doris's basement, of all places, since Doris lost track of him after her last party. He was first looking through the same box of Christmas cards I was, and later found a few more boxes just like it after looking in the basement. He didn't ask permission to go down there, he said. So he didn't want to come upstairs at the wrong time and get caught by someone. Next to the Christmas cards, Frank said, was a record of correspondence, over 20 short letters, with Sally Krulski Young, my mother. All the letters were about me, how I looked, the way I acted, the things I liked to do. All descriptions of me before my parents left, of course. My mother was trying to figure out if it was really me living next door to Doris Hartwell. Frank said he was sorry he couldn't bring me back any of the letters for proof, since he saw a good chance to escape and didn't have the chance to take anything with him. I told him the fact that he knew my mother lived in Indonesia was proof enough. I asked Frank what he had been eating while he was trapped in Doris's basement all that time. "Doris's cookies," he said. "But," I said to him, "I thought you were diabetic." "No," he said. "Not really. I just don't want to start gaining weight. Do you know how many sweets Doris bakes?" "I do know how many sweets Doris bakes. Those cookies are part of my stage, too. They have not become extinct yet. Doris was making them day and night and delivering them to me before Frank St. John and Randall and his family came around, for I was paying her to do so. She is my employee, remember. I am surprised to hear that she had made some and not delivered them to me. I had been thinking that she was feeding them to Frank instead all this time. But then she told me that he claimed to be diabetic and wouldn't eat them. He's been lying to her, and she's been keeping secrets from me. If anyone would have told me when I was 17 years old that I would someday have a 51-year-old neighbor lady who worked for me, receiving letters from my mother in Indonesia, and the neighbor lady's 55-year-old boyfriend would be digging around in her basement, starving himself, trying to find these letters, I would have told that person to shut up and write a damn book. Now I'm writing that damn book. Oh, yes. There's something else Frank St. John told me. Since he is so weight-conscious, he was still avoiding Doris's cookies anyway, although he ate some. He said he was still starving himself a little and not sleeping, and he started to hallucinate. He said he saw horses and lions and other animals walking through Doris's basement, and he became real frustrated. This is my first evidence in Frank St. John affirming Harold Espinosa's theory of people's last names correlating to their personalities. Frank had a vision just like St. John. I wonder whose basement St. John was hiding in when he was in Patmos. I think it was a cave, actually. I wonder whose cave it was. Was the cave made out of cookies? This occurred to me almost instantly on the phone, so I asked him if he thought his vision was anything like St. John's. "What do you mean?" he asked. "St. John's vision," I said. "You know, the book of Revelation in the Bible." "I don't know anything about the Bible," he said. So, public television was right about the people in this country not knowing what their last names mean. In Project J, the book I began to write when I was 12, about children being in charge of the world, the main character's name was Keaton. Keaton was a 10-year-old boy who had an 8-year-old sister named Lilyfire. On his 10th birthday, Keaton and his sister led a non-violent protest late at night, made up of all young kids to try to take control of the world. Their protest was set up so that every kid in their neighborhood would get up on the roof of their house or apartment building or whatever and not come down until the adults would agree to have an organized discussion with them at City Hall or somewhere. Keaton made stylites out of all the youth in his city. The adults did not know what to do about this at first. Some tried to go up on the roof themselves and try to take their children off, but when they did this, both the children on other roofs and some of the parents would yell at them. "Hold on a minute!" They'd say.
"Yeah, wait! Hold your horses!"
Someone would say.
"We want an explanation for all this!"
It turns out that the discussion Keaton wanted to have indoors somewhere actually ended up taking place outside, with the children still outside and the adults looking up at them from the ground. Keaton and his sister Lilyfire started to give a speech to the adults, and since this speech was put into their mouths by a 12-year-old version of myself, it would probably sound quite silly now. I would like to find that speech someday if I still have the original manuscript somewhere in my possession. Anyway, for some reason the adults end up yielding power of the government of their city to the children. Because of this, Keaton and Lilyfire's parents leave and move to another city. Keaton serves as the mayor, or more like a president, of this suddenly autonomous American city run by children for many years. When he is in his 40s, his family finally returns to the city run by children, who are no longer children, to see her son and daughter, Mayor Keaton and Deputy Mayor Lilyfire, and how they are doing. Upon returning, Keaton's mother asks him,
"Keaton, why didn't you have children?"
And he responds, "Why would I want to give up my power?" But Keaton's mother's return was not the end of the story. She told Keaton that his father got lost in the jungle while working at his new job as a safari guide for wild game hunting. He had been calling his mother on a telephone that he had found in an abandoned hut somewhere in the middle of the trees. He would describe the surroundings to her. She would write them down, and then she would call police and firefighters and government workers and private agencies with information and beg them to find her husband. Not many people believed her, or if they did, they told her they didn't know how to help. This whole part, honestly, was basically stolen from an episode of Mr. Adventure Man, a television show I watched all the time when I was 12, but here was my twist. Since Keaton's mother could not get help from the authorities or other adults working in her city, which was supposedly an American city clad with jungles, she needed to look elsewhere. I thought for some reason that parts of Florida, California, Nevada, and New Mexico were made up of jungles. But how would I know even today if they weren't? I've never been to those places. Keaton's mother started to think hard about the refusals she was getting from all the other adults around, and then comes to the realization that only a children's government, being both adventurous and gullible, would help her find her husband who is supposedly lost in the jungle. Only a government run by children would have the good sense to look for a man lost in a jungle somewhere in the United States. I never finished this story because I know that part about a man getting lost in the jungle was simply copied. That bothered me too much to continue, and I couldn't bring myself to take that part out. And I couldn't bring myself to take that part out and write something else because I thought it was the best part of the story. My mother, I am sure, will not be seeking my assistance looking for her lost husband. He is dead. My father is already dead. He did not die somewhere out in the jungle as Keaton's father may have, had I finished the story. Nor did he die as Harold Espinosa, a father figure of mine, did in a car accident. My father had a heart attack, the same kind of heart attack my grandfather, Runii Young, had. I did not attend the funeral. I did not even know he was dead until I saw a story about my parents in a Vietnamese newspaper that I had come across upon by chance in a grocery store I accidentally entered 4 years ago. What a way to find out about your father's death. I had a man at the store translate the story for me, which was front-page news, just like the story of Julius Olam being captured and executed by the Kumarug. He told me that Ken Young, who had first gone to Indonesia more than 20 years prior, had been found dead by his traveling gambling troupe. The story was more so about my mother, who was quoted as saying that she planned to remain in Indonesia for the rest of her life, still traveling and playing music that her husband had always dreamed about coming to Indonesia to play. The Vietnamese paper came out of Chicago and was focused on news of the Vietnamese communities in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, but sometimes featured stories about things going on in Vietnam and other parts of Southeast Asia. My parents' story, therefore, was worthy of this paper. I don't think it ever made it into American papers, but I don't know because I don't read them. But that article said my mother intended to stay in Indonesia for the rest of her life, which it appears she has changed her mind about. So, what else in that article could be wrong? Could my father still be alive? Before my parents left me, as I have said, they began to take an experimental class on Tuesday nights called How to Live Without Money with Wallace Fields. This class, which aimed to teach people how to spend less and less money, focus less and less on the accumulation of material things, and for the very serious students, teach them to actually live day by day without money while still somehow maintaining a home and a positive public reputation. How, I don't know. I didn't take the class. This class was taught by a millionaire. But he wasn't a millionaire just yet, though he did have a considerable amount of money for a man who was teaching people to live without any of it. It was shady from the beginning. Nevertheless, it had a real effect on those taking the class. One of the lessons he taught his students, my parents included, was to let your opposite speak to you, using your own mouth to speak the words. What he meant was, imagine a person who was the exact opposite of yourself and try to say to yourself what your opposite would say if they met you. Then, if your opposite's ideas were better or their arguments more convincing than yours, maybe you liked your opposite better. Encourage a dialogue, Wallace Fields taught, between yourself and the anti-you. If your self is better than you, keep that self. If the anti-you is actually the better person, well, I'll let you and the anti-you figure out what to do yourselves. My mother, of course, took this teaching to heart. She thought about the idea of an anti-Sally who did what she didn't do and didn't do what she did. Then she finally had that dialogue, that experience when the anti-Sally came out, using her own mouth to speak, and confronted the Sally who was driving home from work. When my mother got home, the anti-Sally and the Sally that was there before had switched places. The anti-Sally became the one controlling my mother's actions, and the other Sally became just a voice. Without that happening, my mother told me over the phone while I was in my 20s, renting my basement out as a porn studio. My parents would have never left me and moved to Indonesia to hit things with little hammers to make beautiful sounds. It was all Wallace Fields' fault. Wallace Fields did not become a millionaire because of the success of the publication of his grandfather J. Ian Fields' book, The Lifting of Mean. Not more than a few people even knew about that book before Harold Espinosa made it the core spiritual codex of the Pitanagosa Agnostic Assembly. J. Ian Fields died a very poor man. No, Wallace Fields became a millionaire after he married my aunt's friend, Josie Tomaz, who had won the lottery. My parents spoke only once about Miss Tomaz, who would later become Mrs. Fields, like the cookies I have already checked off as extinct on my endangered foods list. Winning the lottery. Remember, at the time, money was an impossible subject for my parents, which was always quickly abandoned. Here is how Josie Tomaz met Wallace Fields. My grandfather, Herman Young, just a few years before he died, wrote a sort of fan mail letter to J. Ian Fields, author of The Lifting of Mean. He was sort of embarrassed to do it, being such an old man already, but he felt compelled to show his appreciation for the book. The two became pen pals. Then they met each other once in a fast food restaurant. J. Ian Fields was poor and so did not frequent any fancy establishments. Somehow then, due to whatever my grandfather talked about with J. Ian Fields, Wallace Fields was given the information of my aunt, Carrie Young, so he could then contact her friend Josie Tomaz, who was working in a library. Wallace Fields was looking for a venue for his How to Live Without Money classes. After speaking to Josie Tomaz, he found one. They also fell in love like characters in a fairy tale. And so the classes were held in the Pitanagosa Public Library, where Josie Tomaz worked. As it turns out, the classes taught by Wallace Fields were actually based on the strategies and behaviors Wallace saw his grandfather, J. Ian Fields, practicing while he was living without very much money at all in his old age. Wallace admitted that J. Ian Fields used the exercise of having a dialogue with his opposite too. This is how J. Ian Fields was persuaded to believe in the theory that the universe was within the borders of the world rather than the other way around. His opposite told him about it. And now I must reveal another interesting thing about my life that will only show me to be a careless, selfish baby of a man. When Wallace Fields was growing up himself, he began to look for an heir to the Fields family's newfound fortune. His grandfather, Runii Young, had suggested my parents take Wallace Fields' class that he had set up to take place at the public library. Since my parents were losing money, mostly because of me, they signed up. Then my mother had her epiphany in front of the Polish-turned-Indonesian flag. Then she and my father left me. Then Wallace Fields fell in love with and married Josie Tomaz, who had previously won the lottery, though she kept her job at the library. Then Wallace Fields, after discovering he was sterile and could not reproduce, began to look for an heir. Then he remembered the married couple from his class who had, because of what he had taught them, abandoned their child when he was 19. Then he decided to give all his money to that child, who was me, Runii Young, on one condition: that I change my last name to Fields to carry on his legacy. Then I thought about it. I was already swimming in money since, unbeknownst to me, my basement was a porn studio and I was profiting from it. I told him I'd think about it. Then the government seized everything I had, and the name of Runii Young was front-page news for hiding a 17-year-old runaway girl. Then I wanted to change my name, so I did, to Fields. But then Wallace Fields couldn't give me his money since I was under investigation, though not charged with anything. Then the government gave me back my house and my money around the time Harold Espinosa died and the Pitanagosa Agnostic Assembly collapsed. Then Wallace Fields contacted me and asked me, "Do you need this money?" I told him I did, even though I was already well-to-do with the extra rent money Joe Weldon had paid me that turned out to be legitimately and legally earned by his pornography business. What fortune! Then Wallace Fields gave to me $14,316,429 and lived without money for the rest of his life, which was only 2 years. I, Runii Young, Runii Fields to the law, and to Wallace Fields, who made me his heir, am a multi-millionaire. What does being the heir of Wallace Fields mean? Here is what he told me. Work every day that project you wanted to finish, that dream that each child has, until you finish it, until your dream comes true. My father accomplished his childhood dream by moving to Indonesia to play their traditional music. It was a silly dream. All dreams are silly. J. Ian Fields, who I am, I guess, also the heir of, wrote in his book, The Lifting of Mean. But they can stick with you, can't they? My dream, of course, is to get full. This is an even sillier dream. Before I fully revived my project, before before I began what I call stage 2, I was thinking about other dreams I might want to consider. I had lost respect for my own dream, a glutton's dream, and thought about others. Perhaps I could have continued Wallace Field's classes at the library, although I thought if I were teaching them, the name of the class would have to be changed. We'd have to call it How to Live Without a Conscience. I never told anyone about the millions of dollars Wallace Fields gave me. I am a quiet man. I am a straight-faced man. Perhaps I am a mysterious man. Many multimillionaires are mysterious. Many multimillionaires have also, like me, never worked a day in their life.
Life isn't fair.
Dr. Mary Lou Mellard told me once.
Life is so cruel. Life is so mean.
My grandfather's brother, Melvin Young, said after he found out that Kumarug captured and killed his old partner, Julius Olam.
Why did I jump?
My mother used to ponder.
What is the meaning of life? She would ask.
There is no meaning of life, wrote J. Ian Fields, only the lifting of mean. Many people I've known in the past 44 years have had changes of heart or midlife crises. My parents up and left to move to Indonesia. My school psychologist, Dr. Mellard, became a Christian and quit her job. Harold Espinosa, Mellard's husband at one time, became a Christian and quit his job. Wallace Fields gave all his money to me and lived poor for the rest of his life. I have just learned of another midlife crisis. Randall Hartwell and his wife have both been given jobs at the new Pitanagosa homeless shelter, which have already been given in advance so they could move out of Doris's house. But that is not the only change I wish to report. The Pitanagosa homeless shelter, just organized within the past month, was founded by two other characters in this story, Joe Weldon and Mark Mandeville, both former stooges in the Pitanagosa amateur porn scene. They had been released from jail, and now it seems they are using their business and people skills for an entirely different enterprise. They had good business habits, which reminds me of the line spoken to me by Harold Espinosa some years ago.
Habits are harder to kick than beliefs, you know.
Apparently, Doris has let Frank St. John in on her end of my mother's plan to come see me again. Doris has told Frank not to tell me anything. He has told me something because we are friends now. But who knows what kind of mysteries are still hidden from me? Who knows? Who's telling the truth or not? Secrets and lies everywhere. Doris Hartwell, Frank St. John, Sally Krulski Young, Julius Oman, Runii Young. All people with secrets. All mysterious people. One of them is a mysterious multimillionaire. One of them is a mysterious multimillionaire's mother. Those two have not seen each other in 25 years. Doris has told Frank that my mother is planning to show up at my door when she finally gets there wearing a disguise. I don't know if I would recognize my mother anyway after 25 years, but I am glad Frank has tipped me off about this. I would like to avoid any kind of awkward surprises when finally seeing my mother after all this time. Frank has also told me that my mother will be landing in Mirawa tomorrow morning, which means that she could be in Pitanagosa soon after that. My God, my own mother is coming to see me, and since I am now planning to turn off the light and go to bed, if there's anything written after this paragraph, it will most likely be written after I am supposed to see my mother. Good night. Part 4. It has happened, dear readers. It has happened. I have seen my mother once more, and I did not avoid any surprises. Here is what happened. Hand to God. There was a ring of my doorbell this morning, and I awoke to what would be for me a very long day. I put on my pants, buttoned the shirt that I had slept in, and made my fat body move over to the front windows so I could peer out of them to see who was at the door. It was an old woman with her face shadowed completely in a babshuka. She looked just as my mother's mother did when I knew her when I was very young and still young. It appeared that Frank had been right. My mother was showing up to see me in disguise. But this would not be so surprising, as I knew it would be her. The doorbell was rung again by the woman at the door, and I considered what I should do. I decided to act as if I knew it was her from the beginning and to immediately address her as my mother. I opened the door. "Mom," I said, "you can't fool me." The woman spoke.
How did you know?
She asked me. How could I not recognize my own mother? I asked back.
You never recognized me before,
she said. She took off the babshuka so I could see her face. It was Doris Hartwell's face. I went white as a ghost.
Runi,
she said to me. Then she began to laugh. She laughed the loudest laugh I have ever heard anyone laugh in my life. I was standing in front of her, looking like I had just seen death. I had believed for a split second that Doris Hartwell might have been my mother, and she knew I did, so she laughed.
Frank!
She called towards the house next door.
Well done, Frank!
It was all a part of Doris's joke for Frank to falsely tip me off. Therefore, Frank St. John and I are no longer friends. But this is not all, for soon Frank was walking across the lawn towards Doris and me. And next to him, apparent to me immediately, was my mother. And before I could say anything, my mother was running towards me as fast as a 70-year-old woman can, calling to me in a loud voice.
Runi!
She called.
My child! My only child! Oh my God, Runi! I missed you more than anything.
And she stood in front of me, after hugging me, of course, beholding with her hands the person her son had become. She held my face in her hands.
Runi,
she said to me,
you have your father's face. Your father's face, only chubbier. You have been well fed.
She then took my hands.
My God, Runi,
she said,
your hands are so smooth. Your palms haven't got a story to tell. No scars.
She put her hands around my stomach.
Well fed, she kept saying. Well fed, well fed.
I asked her about my father. He had indeed died of a heart attack. They buried him in the ground somewhere in Bali, Indonesia, with some of those little hammers that made the beautiful sounds. Another surprise has come to me as well. Today has given me a family reunion of sorts. My mother quickly arranged it, seemingly out of nowhere. This is how it began.
Runi,
She said to me,
do you remember that old safe you got me as a child?
Yes, Mom, I said.
Please tell me you still have it.
She said. Somewhere, I said.
Great,
She said.
I knew it. You keep everything.
And then she took a moment to try to think where that old thing had ended up. When the government had given me back my house and my money, and when Wallace Fields gave me over $14 million. I had sold my childhood home and one-time porn studio. I took everything that I had left there that was mine. Joe and Mark had already arranged to have their things removed, and moved some of the things to my new home and some of them to my warehouse. Then I guessed that the safe was in the warehouse, but the four of us, Doris, Frank, my mother, and I, searched through my home first, just in case it wasn't there. So Doris said,
All right, I'm driving. Runi, you'll give me directions to the warehouse.
The four of us got in Doris's car, and I sat in the front passenger seat and directed her across town to the warehouse, where I kept a lot of my old things, along with thousands and thousands of dollars of food. We arrived at the warehouse after we stopped at Frank St. John's house, when he told us that he wanted to make sure his cats were fed.
His house?
Doris told me while we were waiting in the car for Frank to come back out.
He calls it the cat cave.
Like the cave where St. John had his apocalyptic vision? I asked.
What?
Doris asked back. At the warehouse, I finally had to explain to everyone how it was possible for me to have such a gigantic warehouse filled with so much food. I'm a multimillionaire, I told them.
What?
Exclaimed my mother.
How?
It's a long story, I said. Remember Wallace Fields?
Of course.
My mother said. Doris injected.
Runi is his heir.
She said. How did she know that? How do you know that? I asked.
Runi,
Doris said.
I know everything about you. I'm your caretaker. It's my job.
You knew this the whole time? That I had all that money? I asked her.
Of course.
Doris said.
Why else would I stay so close to you?
We walked to the one part of the warehouse where I kept all my old non-edible possessions. Within a few minutes, we dug through all the boxes and found the safe. Why do you want to see this, Mom? I asked.
You'll see,
she said.
You didn't take anything out of it, did you?
Never, I said.
Great,
she said.
I knew it, I knew it. You keep everything. Now, did you keep the key?
The key? I had no idea where that had gone. I remember there were 2 keys that could open the lock on that safe. One that I used to keep on me as a child, and one that I gave to my cousin, Sonny Corrine. I told my mother about the 2 keys, and in no time she was outside the warehouse on a payphone dialing the number of the Corrine family. She still remembered it by heart after all those years in Indonesia. Sonny picked up, actually, although he had moved out of his parents' home many years before. My mother asked him if he still might have the extra key to my childhood safe.
"No, I don't think so," he said, "but I might have the next best thing."
And in less than 1/2 hour, my cousin Sonny Kareen, who I hadn't also seen in years, walked into the warehouse with the next best thing. It was his father, the fix-it man. "Runii Young," said Sonny's dad, Bill Kareen, as he was looking up at the rows of stacked non-perishables that were all part of Stage 2.
"All this yours?"
"Yup," I said.
"How could you afford all this?"
he asked.
"Where did you get all the money?"
"Well," I said, "remember how nice of a tipper that Wallace Fields guy was?" Bill Kareen got down on his knees in front of the locked safe and within a few minutes had the door of it open. He was using just a paper clip and a hammer as lock-picking tools. When the door of it swung open, we all saw the hundreds of food wrappers I had stuffed in there as a child. Foods that I knew I had bought with stolen money. My mother knew that too, since I had confessed it to her over the phone 2 decades ago. I turned to my mother. "Mom," I said, "I'm so sorry."
"I love you, Runi,"
she said. Then she confessed something to me.
"Runi, when you were a boy, I stole the key of your safe from you while you were sleeping in the living room one afternoon.
She began.
Your father and I had just been trusted with something that had to be kept secret."
"Garbage?" asked Frank St. John.
"Oh, no."
My mother laughed.
"If it's still in there, it's beneath all this garbage."
My mother then reached her hand into the safe, sweeping away some of the food wrappers. She then took hold of something at the bottom. It was a manila envelope. She handed the envelope to me.
"Take a look what's inside,"
she said, so I did. I pulled out 10 full-color photographs, which I recognized as just like the ones my father's uncle used to show him. All the photographs were of a man, a woman, and a little baby in their arms. In the half photos, the baby was held by the woman.
"That's Julius Olam,"
my mom said.
"That's Julius with his wife and his daughter, his little baby girl."
I had not remembered ever before seeing a picture of Julius Olam. He was a black man. I always assumed he was white. The mother of the child was Indonesian, and she was smiling widely in every photograph. "What's the point of all this?" I asked my mother. "What is so secret about these people?"
"It's not so much about the people,"
she said.
"Look behind the people."
I looked, and I saw in every photograph rows of boxes piled high behind Olam and his wife and child.
"Those are all for eating,"
my mother said.
"Your grandfather's brother Melvin helped Julius bring all those there to that village. They even started a factory there."
Everyone was waiting for my mother to explain more.
"Before Melvin and Julius parted ways, they were partners on one last project. Julius had gone and had that baby with the woman, Adita. That's her in the pictures. She was from such a poor village where lots of people were hungry and didn't have jobs. So they somehow got a food packaging company from the Shandong province in China to install a small packing and distributing satellite in Idea's hometown. And it was a success. Only the money that Melvin and Julius needed to start the place was stolen by the military. Olam was still closely associated with a lot of people he was in the army with, and he had them do him some favors to get him the money. But the army found out, and Olam ran. Well, sailed away. That was when Kumarug got him.
Oh my God!
Doris said.
All that's left of Mr. Olam are these photographs taken just a few months before he disappeared,
My mother said. My mother then told us that she had traveled through the village where Melvin and Julius Olam set up that packing and distributing satellite. She said that the place was still there. No authority had shut it down, even though it was started with unlawfully borrowed money from the United States military. My mother saw something else there, too. She said she saw Julius Olam's daughter.
That's why I came back.
She told me.
Well, yes, I wanted to see you, Runi. I really did. But when I saw Julius's daughter, I at once remembered those photographs I put in your safe, and I knew I had to come tell you, otherwise no one would ever be able to make sense of them. Otherwise, Julius's daughter might never get to see what her father, a man who helped feed and employ her whole village, really looked like.
So you'll be taking these photos back to her, I said, so she can see the face of her dad for the first time. That's very sweet, Mom. She sighed.
No, Runi.
She said,
I'm afraid I probably won't get the chance to do that.
What do you mean? I asked.
Son,
She said,
Runi, I'm dying.
I've not written towards the completion of this book in quite some time. It was over 1 month ago when my mother told me that she was dying. I didn't believe her, but she was telling me the truth. She had lung cancer, which had been diagnosed very late and gone almost untreated when she was in Indonesia. My mother had been a smoker, as I have mentioned, but she quit when she left the United States. She quit 25 years ago, yet she still developed lung cancer, the smoker's cancer. She died last week. But something amazing has happened to me that would never have without the efforts of my mother in her last days. I feel like a new man, all thanks to my mom. Yes, I feel like a new man. And as a new man, I feel like I should take on a new name. But I've already got the perfect new name. Fields, a name I've had for 15 years already. I am only about to start living up to it now. My mother's funeral was on July 14th, my 45th birthday. I was the only one to speak at the funeral. Here's what I said. Hello. My name is Runii Young, and I'm fat. I've always introduced myself that way because I've always felt that is how people have referred to me. Since I have not been too interesting or noteworthy in any other respect, I have been fat my whole life. I have not worked a day in my life, nor have I had to worry about many of the things that many of you have. I have not had to worry too much about money, not a spouse nor children. And I am
sorry for that. I have been a bad example for all of you. A disappointment and completely irresponsible. But in the last few months of my life, I have sat down with a pen and paper and tried to make sense of it all. I have tried to write my autobiography. My grandpa Runii Young told me that if I were to start an autobiography and never finish it, that nothing would really come together and start to make sense. All my life would be just a bunch of homeless memories. But I am happy to announce that it appears that I will be, in fact, finishing my autobiography. Things are all starting to make sense, at least for now. Every experience of my life is finding a home, a place where it is meaningful to me. These words I am speaking now, which I have written down, will be the last words in my autobiography. Now, to stop talking about myself, after all, this is my mother's funeral. You see, I can finally talk about myself. I never used to be able to comfortably do that. My mother gave me a mission, and this was the most beautiful and considerate thing, perhaps, that anyone has ever done for me, though there is much competition. When my mother decided to leave me alone in my house, alone for practically the rest of my life up until now, something happened to her just before she took my father and left. My family thought she had gone crazy. I thought that too. I thought that, in fact, until just recently when I went crazy too. My mother realized that she was living the exact opposite life of what she should have been, so she turned it all upside down. I have decided to do the same. All my life I have lived by the words found in the book, The Lifting of Me, that go like this. Why cover all the bases when you can stay home? This has been a good motto for me. But it's time for a change. I have a mission to do now, the one my mom gave me. All my life, I have been a big, fat baby who never wanted to be independent. I have surrounded myself, it seems, with mother and father types to take care of me, but I have never really taken care of myself or someone else or even something else. Well, I have something I want to take care of now. There's a girl somewhere, well, a woman now that she's grown up, who has never seen the face of her own father. I cannot imagine what it would be like to never see the face of your father or to live without one. I had two fathers in my life, my biological father, Ken Young, and another one, a spiritual father, perhaps, Harold Espinoza, known by the name as Sharia Nezpodal. Peace be upon him. I am going to take the pictures of this girl's father that my mother has given to me, although they were in my possession all along. I am going to take them to her in Indonesia. This is not a strictly altruistic act. There is something in it for me, too. You see, I've been trying to get full for a long time. I'm always so impossibly hungry. Those who know me have recently found out how much effort I've put into getting full, but I haven't yet gotten there. And I'm only so good as my best idea for a next step. My next step, I've found out, and again I thank my mother, has been found. There's something I've been looking for that can finally end my incessant hunger. I've called it the block. I've called it the brick. I've called it the food finale. I swear to God I saw it in the background of those pictures of the little girl and her parents in Indonesia. It was there all along. I can't believe it. I know it's there. I know it. But first, I'm going to see some other places in the world and try to find a new place where I fit in, where I belong, where I make sense. I'm glad to see that all my neighbors have come here today, and I have some things to tell you from my heart and also from my mother's heart, as I would not be here to say these things for so many different reasons without her. Like I said, I'm going to do some traveling to find my perfect place. I have already been given some hints on where a perfect place may be. You have given those to me, Rosamund. That's where I'll start my search. These cities you considered your perfect places. Kansas City, Missouri, and San Marino, California. I have never been to either one. I hope you're right about them. And also, Rosamond, at the risk of embarrassing you, I am dedicating to you my autobiography, because I am guessing that you and I are one of the same kind. People who have been taken care of so well that we never have had to worry too much about anything. There's something curious about you. I've always gotten your name stuck in my head. I used to repeat your initials over and over again. R-A-S, R-A-S, Lady R-A-S. Eventually, R.A.S. got transformed into the Spanish last name Reyes. Lady R.A.S. became Lady Reyes, a little code word, I suppose, but I digress. The rest of what I say today will be set up like a will, as if I am about to die. Only I am just about to start living. My mother counted on me until the end to be someone who kept absolutely everything. Well, it is time for me to do the exact opposite, except for a small fraction of my money, which I will take with me for travel. I will be giving the rest to my neighbors, to the Blakes, to the Scipios, to Doris Hartwell, and to Frank St. John. I have spoken with Doris's son Randall, and he has agreed to take my house because I know how nice it is to live next to Doris. I can hear you now, Doris.
One at a time! One at a time!
You are saying you're too good for just one dependent, my dear. To the Blakes, you may have my warehouse full of food to feed your 7 children. But don't look at me when they finish it all in a month. I will be long gone. My neighbors, you have spoiled me, and now I must spoil you. I have only one suggestion, which is the same suggestion given to me by the man who gave me all my money in the first place. The same money I'll be passing to you. Work on every day that project you wanted to finish. That dream that each child has until you finish it, until your dream comes true. In fact, that's more important than the money. And is it a good idea to suddenly make millionaires out of the people you know? I don't know. I don't know much of anything, but that isn't what has been the problem my whole life. My problem may have been that I was following the wrong motto, though it was a good one to me, as it has kept me safe and secure inside all the things I didn't know. Here's that motto again, if you've forgotten. Why cover all the bases when you can stay home? Well, that's a good question, and I intend now to find a real answer to it. Today is my 45th birthday, and officially the first day of the second part of my life. 44 years were enough to stay home. I'm finally going to leave. About 15 years ago, to avoid embarrassment and to inherit an unfair amount of wealth. Though I have never been able to really avoid embarrassment, I changed my name to Fields. My old friend and spiritual father figure, Harold Espinoza, always said that people's last names always had something to do with their personalities. Well, after 15 years, I'm finally going to make some sense out of that. And as my grandfather's brother Stephen said at my grandfather's funeral, as long as you can make sense of something, it should count as a good explanation. Here's my explanation. Now that my name is Fields, I shall play on everything bearing my name. I shall play on every field. Instead of staying home, I'm going to play on all the fields. And I'm going to cover all the bases. To Lady Reyes, forever babies in disguise, are. The end of Provolonliness.